In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Happy Monday. We made it through the weekend. The start of another week. Give yourselves a round of applause. Or are we going to cry? Hey, Sincere. Good to see you, girl. Girl, you see all of the acts have pulled out of that Donald Trump state fair bullshit. And the reason why they signed up for it because they thought that it was actually a organization that started in 2016 to celebrate the 250th anniversary. There is a something America PAC, and then Donald Trump's minions came in and created a Freedom America PAC. So they got the two PACs confused. A group that was way back in 2016 planning this. So a lot of the artists signed up for the bogus Donald Trump PAC. And when they found out that it was the Donald Trump PAC, they fell out. They were like, oh no. Taco Ballerino. Thank you, Taco. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like button if you enjoy the show. If you don't enjoy the show, just hit the like button. You're going to enjoy the show. Now, everybody pulled out from the Commodore CNC Music Factory. We're unclear. We are kind of unclear. What's her name? Martha McBride. She definitely pulled out. But we're unclear if Milli Vanilli pulled out. Trump, MAGA, at what point are you making America great again when you're signing up Milli Vanilli to be musical entertainment? I'm just really, really curious. And we're not clear if they have really pulled out. Now, we know that I think one of them died. I think one of the guys who was in Milli Vanilli died. But Fab, he said he will be there. Now, it appears that two entities have the Milli Vanilli name. The lip syncers use the name, Well, the lip syncer, because I think one of them died, and the actual singers who sang all the songs for Milli Vanilli. The actual singer said that they are not going to show up for the event. But curiously, Fab, the lip syncer, said he will be there. You know, the attention starved Fab from Milli Vanilli. Oh, yes, he will be there. So there's that. So we possibly have a Millie or a Vanilli showing up with a Vanilla Ice and a Kid Rock. This is the only entertainment that has not canceled. Now, I'm not sure if what is that? Fools Waka Flocka is still appearing. And there's one more rapper. They don't have any information on this other whack ass rapper. What was his name? Uh, no, I'm looking at your background. So I am like, what's really going on? Yes, these are the only two artists who are who Vanilla Ice said he's showing up no matter what. He is showing up no matter what. And they among this poor white trash, one can't distinguish from the other who's the opening act and who's who is the main event on the ticket. So they fighting over who's gonna open for who, for whom. Now 4547 has totally I'll drop the link if you have any questions. Sincere, I know you are. Yeah. I'll drop the link if you want to come up. Where the heck is the link thing? Let me see. Where is the link thing? Did they change it? Oh, here it is. If you have any questions or any comments, Sincere, you do a lot of singing on your show. Do you want to go up there and be the special guest? Bitch, your mother is a ghetto trash. Obviously, your mother is ghetto trash because they have you in here mad about facts. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. Okay, if you want to, yes, girl, Vanilla Ice and Kid Rock. These are the main attraction. This a white boy hoedown that they're having to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States. Yes. Now, your president has said, "Well, I don't know. I just may cancel all of the acts." You don't have to cancel all of the acts because all of the real performers have already canceled on you. You know, he's also pulled that trick because a judge says that you have to take your name off of the Kennedy Center, and so he decided to say, "Well, I'm just going to leave it to Congress. Congress can do what they want." No, you're not going to leave it to Congress. If you were going to leave it to Congress, your name would have never been on there. You went around Congress and just put your name on there. Now a judge told you that you must. This not a question. There's not a opportunity for you to decide. No, you must take your name off of the Kennedy Center. So there's that. Hell to the no, you ain't gonna sing Sincere. I don't blame you, girl. I do not blame you. I'm from Iran. Which country are you from? Iran. I'm from the country that you guys are embarrassing in this war. I'm from that country. Hey, Sabar, RonyiQ, I really appreciate your consistency and. Wait a minute. Let me get my glasses, child. Let me get my glasses. And being a firm resistance against the pedo. Yes, all of that. Yes, I just try to come on and give you guys a little information. So where was I? Thank you, Sabar, for being here. Please hit the like button on your way in. I appreciate it. If you don't like it, hit the dislike button. Just engage. That's all. So, where am I? What was I talking about? Happy Pride Month to you as well. Girl, I know you know he put his name on the Kennedy Center. And after he put his name on the Kennedy Center, all other performers bowed out of all of their engagements at the Kennedy City Center, except for some country singer. What was that country singer's name? He was the only one who decided to show up at the Kennedy Center, and everyone else broke their engagements. They was thinking about it wasn't Garth Brooks, Merle Haggard. No, it wasn't Merle Haggard. It was some washed up country singer. Is the only one who decided to go and perform at the Kennedy Center, and they were talking about giving him a residency there because there was no other acts that would touch the Kennedy Center. So what did 45-47 do? And I have a very interesting story. There's a black congresswoman who sits on the Kennedy board, and when they were voting to put Trump's name on the Kennedy Center, they muted her mic. They kept muting her mic. We're gonna get into that story as well, and the judge also ruled that she must be invited back to the board, and all of her votes will be counted. Now we understand that not only did he put his name on the Kennedy Center, he switched up the boards and got a whole bunch of do bitches like a JD Vance wife, Usha Vance. That bitch don't know how to pick out a man. God knows she knows how to pick out any type of entertainment. She has the most unentertaining man of the history. Now she is supposed to be giving us fine entertainment. Usha Vance. Usha Vance, who can't even stand up for herself and her own religion, as her husband goes out and malign her in her religion. This bitch, uh, 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 uh what is the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick's wife was appointed to the Kennedy Center Board of Trustees. Howard Lutnick's wife, the woman who Lutnick said that they went over to Jeffrey Epstein's house and they saw the massage chair in the living room and they were so grossed out that he said they will never go over there again. They looked at each other and they said they would never. That same bitch who he took along with his children and their nannies to the Epstein Island. This is the woman who is supposed to be approving the fine arts that will be displayed at the Kennedy Center. This woman. Bro, I like femboys. Okay, let me see what you guys are talking about. Who is William? Now listen, Stacy, welcome to the chat. But can you and Mermaid, can you please use a little more elevated language in my chat? I'll put it that way. Lying coward, fake president, and anti-American moron, a terrorist coward, obscene, a pile of human excrement. Who are you speaking of, though? Obviously you're speaking of someone in the Republican Party. Okay, Stacy. See you, wouldn't want to be you. Please hit the like button. Damn shame. It sure is a damn shame. So let me see. Let me see what else you guys are talking about. You love Lefty Tears? I love MAGA's failures. I love the failure of MAGA. And it seems like MAGA is failing on a whole lot of fronts, a whole lot of judges. Now, if the Republicans had any balls, they have a ironclad reason for impeachment and to throw 45, 47 out of office. Because a judge has ruled that 1,776,000,000 payout that he decided that he was going to just steal from the treasury. Do you like those tiers? What are those? What is that? $1,776,000,000 payout that he was going to give to these insurrectionists. What does that do for you and how you live your life, MAGA? How now? A judge said that no, you he can definitely not take that money from the treasury because this was a suit that he filed as a individual and not as the president. He filed that suit. Understand what the Supreme Court said that he could do in that ruling that they said that he has all this executive power, but the caveat in that ruling was he could do whatever he wanted to do if he thought that it was dealing with the presidential office. Now, this lawsuit, this fake ass lawsuit that he brought against the IRS was him as a individual American citizen, not as the president. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? I know if you're MAGA, you didn't know any of this. I know if you're MAGA, you only get to repeat the highlights and the lies that you are told by your cult leader. But the Supreme Court ruled that if he is working in his own capacity as a United States civilian, he cannot do whatever he wants to. So this lawsuit was brought as a United States civilian, bringing a lawsuit against the IRS because God knows, wouldn't it be weird for the president to actually sue his own IRS? It was brought in his personal capacity. A lawsuit that could garner as much as $1,000 in damages. Your president, in his personal capacity, decided to sue the IRS for $10 billion, and then they decided to make a settlement as a judge was reviewing if this was even a real case, because how could the sitting president sue his own IRS that he is over? And wouldn't that make was this even a adversarial lawsuit in the first place? Were they really mad with each other, or was the IRS really trying to fight this suit, or were they in cahoots with this suit? It appears that they were in cahoots with this suit. So she was supposed to give her decision, and right before the day before her decision was to come down, if this was even a real suit, if she even had standing, because she wanted to determine if this was a real suit. The day before, what happened? What happened? Conveniently, your president and his DOJ, his Todd Blanche's personal attorney, deemed that they had a settlement, and they were going to settle this $10 billion claim for $1,776,000,000. Trying to splash a little fake patriotism on the amount, making it the amount 1776 in billions of your tax dollars. Try to put lipstick on a pig, as it were. So the judge, since there is no more claim, since they settled the claim, the judge was like, "Well, shit, you didn't have no standing anyway, so y'all settled the claim. I'm gonna close the case." But there was 35 former federal judges who wrote to this judge in an amicus brief, and they which they have the right to do. They said, "No, ma'am, you should reopen this case because that was a whole fake case. And why you should reopen this case is to investigate this case. Because strangely enough, in this settlement that they wrote up, that they had come into agreement with, if they were going to make a settlement, the judge was supposed to be a part of the settlement to approve the settlement. That didn't happen. The judge was totally out of the loop about this settlement. Funny thing is, when they got the written statement about the settlement, the judge's initials appeared on the settlement as if the judge initialed the settlement. The judge was like, "Excuse me, why are my initials on this settlement? I didn't even know about this settlement. And who put my initials on this settlement? This is what your government is doing. Do you, if you want to know why 45, 47 was found guilty of 34 felonies because the jury of his peers heard the evidence and they said, yes, we believe he did this. That's reason number one. Reason number two is who was his personal attorney who fought that case? None other than your stand-in DOJ Todd Blanche was his personal attorney. Todd Blanche appears that he is a bungling attorney. So Todd Blanche, then after they put the judge's initials on a settlement that she had no idea of, Todd Blanche then came back with a two-paragraph page of shit that he wanted to amend said settlement with, which said that the Trump, his children, or their businesses could never be audited by the IRS regarding their taxes. See, this was an afterthought. We got away with that. So, hey, let's throw in we can't be audited about our taxes personally or business wise. This is your acting attorney general, Todd Blanche, with your prior attorney general, Pam Bimbo, threw under the bus and said that he was over everything Epstein. You know, the acting attorney general, Todd Blanche, at the time, went to visit Ghislaine Maxwell in her prison and got her a cushy prison. I told you at the time that they were reporting that Todd Blanche was going to go and interview Ghislaine Maxwell. Because Todd Blanche was not in a part of the DOJ when Ghislaine Maxwell was prosecuted. So how he was going to interview her to determine if she was telling the truth. But how could he do that when he was not in the DOJ and he didn't have a purview over what was known by the DOJ and all of her statements? Who would have the purview to interview Ghislaine Maxwell and tell you if she was telling the truth or telling the lie? The attorney from the DOJ who successfully prosecuted her. That would be James Comey's daughter, Maureen Comey. Why didn't they send her down there to see what she had to say, to garner if it was truthful or not? Because there's no way Todd Blanche could garner if anything she said was truthful based upon her conviction. But what he could do is he could secure her silence about 45, 47 involvement in this whole Epstein fiasco. And he could pat her on the back and put her in a low level prison with a whole lot of perks. That's the only thing Todd Blanche could have done. And that's what he did. Oh my God. I'm Pray for Diddy. Pray for Diddy for what? Why would I pray for Diddy? Pray for Diddy for what? Okay, lies will not be tolerated on this stream. Return to Fox Newsmax, and the propaganda. You have been warned. Thank you for warning them. Do whatever it is that you need to do. This is not a propaganda channel. If you disagree with me, you are more than welcome to put into words what you disagree with. Nobody cares about. The only thing it does for me, it just makes me smile. To make you mad, to talk about Democrats and Democrats and all of this other stuff, because that's the only thing you have. You have no facts to prove anything that I'm saying as wrong. Because if you would, that's what your fingertips would be on fire typing about. Are we clear? Are we clear? You show yourself all the time, all of this dumb name calling, but you cannot talk on the facts of what I'm discussing. You cannot stay on topic because you want to run from the facts. I don't care. Run, Forrest, run! Run, Forrest, run! Okay. I concur. I concur. Who is she? Who is she? I don't recall talking about no she who had anything to do with the border. You can't stay on topic. What about he? What about he and these children? You don't want to talk about he and these children. I wasn't talking about a she. But you want to talk about the border when I'm talking about children being sexually penetrated by adult males. You don't want to talk about that though. You're talking about some she. No, that is not a lie. He is a convicted felon because he was charged with felony charges and the jury found him guilty. All of this, no felony charges have been ever used. You're full of shit and you're dumb. So they mischarged him with felonies all of a sudden. So all of the shit that he did in his business practices, these were misdemeanors. Well, why were anybody else charged with the same thing charged with felonies? I ask you. All of this. Oh, they never used felony charges for these things that he was found guilty of. No, he was found guilty of the charges that he actually was charged with, and they were felony offenses. Oh, you people are stupid. No wonder he loves you. Okay. A P Diddy. Hit the like button, and we're not talking about a Diddy in here. We are not talking about Diddy in here, okay? Please. Anyway, where are we? Let me get back on topic, shall I? Now, I also wanted to talk about Trump canceled his musical performance after the artist dropped out, except for Kid Rock and Vanilla Ice. He's ordered to remove his name from the Kennedy Center. We talked about that. Judge stopped Trump billion dollars project. Okay, we talked about that. Is America great again? And did Trump make America great again yet? Huh? Now there is some rumblings about 45, 47 being unpleased with JD Vance. Have you guys heard about that? Have you guys heard that your president is wandering around the White House doing polls if he should keep JD Vance on? Are you guys? Did you guys hear that 45, 47 has demanded that JD Vance stop tweeting? You guys hear about that? So is JD Vance going to make it? Or is JD Vance going to pack up like Peter Thiel? You know, the Peter Thiel who we talked extensively about on Friday. If you didn't watch my Friday show, you may want to watch my Friday show because I'm not saying this because of me. It has been reported now after my Friday show. It is after my Friday show that it has been reported that Peter Thiel is packing up and leaving the United States of America. And where is Peter Thiel going? Peter Thiel is going to set up camp in Argentina. What did you guys know? Did you know? Did you know? Did you know that Peter Thiel finds that Argentina, the people who are so poor because of Milei and Milei's uh, presidency, they are having to dumpster dive with rats and other vermin for food. What is so attractive about Argentina for Peter Thiel? In my opinion, what may be attractive to Peter Thiel in Argentina that these people are so poor, are so desperate, have a authoritarian ruling over them that will easily allow Peter Thiel to do all his transhuman and humanist work on the people. Uh, the people are already in a horrid condition. They already have nothing to fight with. Everything they have has already been taken away with from them by Milei. You know, the same Milei that your president decided to give $40 billion of your tax dollars to. Y'all didn't forget about how Trump decided to give Milei $40 billion. They're dying over there. They're dying over there. Yeah. Did y'all forget that your president had so much compassion for Milei during the government shutdown that he gave them $40 billion of your tax dollars? Oh, y'all forgot about that? At the same time, the U.S. farmers were dying over here. They were literally dying, some of them taking their own lives because they were losing their family farms that had been in their families for tens of decades. Y'all don't remember that? But your president said that he would handle giving out rescue packages to farmers. We gotta wait until the government is open again. But he actually gave Milei $40 billion because they were dying over there and ignored the American farmers that were taking their own lives because they were in such dire straits and losing everything. Y'all don't remember that. Oh, y'all gonna pretend like y'all don't remember that. So now Peter Thiel has packed up and taken his ass over to Argentina. You know, the same Argentina that Milei mysteriously uh, made a law that Jewish settlers can buy Argentine land. Now, we're not gonna forget. We're not gonna forget. Where did all the people who were escaping Nazi Germany, the actual Nazis, where did they run to after the World War II was won? They ran over to Argentina. But Now, you know, the thing about this genocide that's going on in Palestine that I find just mind blowing is the fact that it's being done by people who never want you to forget when a genocide was committed on their people. And the other correlation that I find real odd is that now Milei, uh, Argentina, uh, outsiders were not allowed to buy Argentine land. But then all of a sudden, the most pristine land in Argentina started to go up in forest fires. All of these fires just suddenly just kept coming up, kept coming up, kept coming up. And it is the best land in Argentina, the most beautiful views of all of Argentina. Mysteriously kept becoming in blaze and having these huge forest fires in this area. But you know what is more peculiar about this situation is that President Milei then overrode the law that said outsiders were not allowed to buy the land, but he put a caveat in there. They were not allowed to buy the land unless it was burned in a fire. Unless it had been burned up in a fire. If the land has been burned up in a fire, then outsiders can come in and buy this land. And the thing that I find peculiar about this, who's buying up all this land? People from Israel is buying up all of this land. I did a report months ago about they want to create all of these universities, a whole Jewish city that they will block off from everyone else. They will. They don't want to do like you dumb Americans. They need to assimilate. Cause I'm so stupid. I can't learn a second language when every other countries they speak 3 and 4 language. You need to speak American. You need to speak American. And then you have a stupid president and vice president come in and declare English as the language of the United States. Because a lot of you didn't even know that America had no designated language. But then your president, understanding how much he loves the ignorant voter, he came in and made you feel good that he made English the official language of the United States. Because you motherfuckers can't even speak that well. While other nations speak multiple languages. Y'all need to speak American. Y'all don't even know that the language is English. You're so stupid. But I digress. Let me roll this back a little bit. So why is it that now the people who are committing genocide are welcome into Argentina? I'm not saying of the people who are buying land in Argentina. I don't know. I don't have nothing against Jewish people. Let me tell you this. I don't know no Jewish people to have anything against them. I have something against genocide. And I have something against ignoring genocide. I have something against applauding genocide. That's what I have something against. So how is it the genocidal people are able to escape to Argentina once again? I'm just curious. Can anybody answer that for me? Peter THiel is a citizen of Germany, born there, New Zealand, and America. Peter THiel, if I'm not mistaken, also spent some time in South Africa. Farmers didn't receive monies. What farmers? If I'm not mistaken, oh, you're right. The farmers didn't receive money because the people that the farmers owed received money. If there was something like a $12 billion relief package given to the farmers that put absolutely no money in their pockets for their crops. The only thing that it allowed them to do is pay off people that they owed for their crop, saying that, "Oh, I'll pay you when the farm bill come in. I'll pay you when the farm bill come in." So their debtors got that money. If that's what you're saying, you're right. The farmers did not get any money. Their debtors got the money. Okay. Exactly. Exactly. That's what we're against. Zionism, not the Jewish people. Yes, Judaism is a religion. Okay, let me see what else you guys are talking about. Nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Okay. Okay. Now see, here we go. Uh, as district attorney in California, most of her cases were overturned. Cite your source for that lie. Can you please cite your source for that lie that you are lying about when no one's even talking? You can't address the facts that I am giving you. So you decide to write a lie in my chat about a topic that no one is talking about. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay. Let's get into what we are talking about. What we are talking about. No, they're not going to be able to do another lie in here, Sabar. Mm-mm. I appreciate that. Okay, let's get into what I also wanted to talk about today. If you are unaware of this, I was talking about Kevin O'Leary. Oh, he is such a disgusting individual. I was talking about Kevin O'Leary and all of the AI billionaires. So I come to find out, it is being reported that Kevin O'Leary is not even a real billionaire. He's a fake billionaire. Kevin O'Leary is like the product placement guy. He is like the Flavor Flav of the music industry. He's the hype man of all of these businesses. He's the front man, the hype man. So this this data center in Utah. Now I reported on the data center that Mark Zuckerberg is building in butt fuck poor ass northern Louisiana that is supposed to be the size of Manhattan. And some of the people don't even have power right now because they just simply can't afford to have it. And he's going to plug his data center into their power grid. Okay. This is the best thing that these billionaires can figure out to do. So he's going to have a data center in North Louisiana, the size of Manhattan. So then here comes Kevin O'Leary, who is worth reportedly $500 million. And Kevin O'Leary is going to Utah and build a data center that is 2 times the size of Manhattan. So with that being said, with you knowing the actual factual wealth of Mark Zuckerberg, and he's only building a data center in but poor Louisiana that's the size of Manhattan. How is it that Kevin O'Leary, who is reportedly only worth $500 million, going to build a data center in Utah that has a more expensive land than Louisiana, first of all, and his data center is going to be two like the size of two Manhattans. Make that make sense. Do we actually believe that this Kevin O'Leary, who is walking around everywhere he go with some baseball cap on, saying Utah great or some bullshit, some branding about a data center? Are we to believe that this money is not coming from anywhere, somewhere else? And if you were not, hold on, hold on 1 second. If you have never heard Kevin O'Leary debate about his data center, you understand that Kevin O'Leary knows absolutely nothing about data centers. If you ever hear Kevin O'Leary talk about the data centers, and the only thing that he has to tell you is the good reason why he is allegedly building this data center is because you should be afraid that China is going to create a data center first. You should be afraid of China. You should be afraid of China. What do you want China to beat us first? This is the main talking point to all of the actual points about these data centers. You don't know about the data centers. Now, it is estimated that if this data center is created in Utah, that it will bring the temperature up in Utah by 19 or 20 degrees a year. A year. Not a year, a year, every year. Bring their temperature up. It is also estimated that a data center that large will use twice the energy than the whole state of Utah combined. Twice the energy. But Kevin O'Leary is lying and making you believe, oh no, we won't be using all the water because it doesn't take all the water. You know, these old data centers that were built years ago, it takes a lot of water to cool them down. But no, these are different data centers and it doesn't take that much water to cool them down. But what Kevin O'Leary is not telling you is it takes that much water to cool down the components that operate the data center. He's talking about the data center itself. And he's not talking about the turbines that is going to take to get these keep these data centers up and running. So if you well, technically, it's not the data center that's using the water. See, it's the turbines, but to power the data, you're being fed a bunch of bullshit and lies by someone who's building a product allegedly twice as big as Mark Zuckerberg, who is not worth a pension of the money that Mark Zuckerberg is worth. So who's this? Kevin O'Leary out here with no information, a bunch of lies, hoopla, and propaganda about this data center that he's building. Any questions? Any questions? Okay, no questions, no comments. Let's get into it. Let's hear this numbnuts. But let me share this with you first. All of this is null and void. Remember when your president went to China, and they said that the Jason Hong from Nvidia, he took a bunch of CEOs with him to China, and they everyone was all in a tizzy about, oh, you notice Jason Wong is not going to China with him. And what did your president want to assure you? People say that Jason Wong is not with me. He's right here. He's on the jet with me. Jason Wong is here. Now, uh, well, your president is taking the manufacturer of some chip over to China. Who was the only person that got a deal over in China? But you have Kevin O'Leary telling you, oh, well, we got to do this. So you don't want China to win. Why don't I want what the fuck does it mean to me and how I live my life if China wins a fucking AI race? I don't give a fuck about AI in the first place. So let me tell you, it means absolutely nothing to me that China wins an AI race. Nothing. And if they win the AI race, who took Jason Wong with his chip over to China? Who was it to made sure that Jason Wong and his AI chip was over in China? Huh? Who was it? Whom was it? It was your president that made sure that he was there. So let's get into this article. May 31st, U.S. takes step to halt NVIDIA AI chip shipment to Chinese firms. Not all Chinese firms, just the Chinese firms outside of China. So the AI chips that are being sold inside of China, that's going to be okay. And so all of this bullshit about we don't want China to advance before us. Well, then why are these Nvidia chips being sold in China? I'm really curious. I'm curious. Commerce Department, that's Howard Lutnick, closes potential loophole allowing AI chips export to Chinese firms abroad. Hundreds of thousands of chips may have reached Chinese subsidiaries, industry sources estimates. Now, subsidiaries. Now, he's a day late and a dollar short, is what they're saying. He's going to close a loophole after they are already telling you that these subsidiaries have in other countries, these Chinese subsidiaries in other countries have already gotten this AI chip. That's what they're telling you. And then here comes too late. I visit the Epstein Island, Howard Lutnick. I took my kids and wife to Epstein Island. Here he comes a day late and a dollar short. And now he's going to close the loophole. But we're supposed to be worried about China getting AI before Americans get AI. So therefore, you should throw all reason, all reckoning to the wind because we don't want China to beat us. Is that true? Do we not are we assisting China? So you guys buy bullshit. Not all of you guys. Too many people. Let me rephrase that. Too many of these MAGA people buy a bunch of bullshit, and it turns out to be bullshit. Guidance does not require data centers to stop using or servicing affected chips. May 31st, the U.S. Department of Congress yesterday moved to close a potential loophole that may have led companies to export the world's most advanced chip like NVIDIA's NVDA most sophisticated Blackwell processors to subsidiaries of Chinese companies located outside of China. So they don't care if they're being sent inside of China. If the only caveat is that these Chinese companies are outside of China, what does that mean? That they don't care if they are being sold inside of China. The unexpected guidance suggests that the United States' best AI chips may have been making their way to the subsidiaries of Chinese AI firms based in places like Malaysia, despite a broader U.S. effort to starve Chinese firms of semiconductors needed to develop critical AI capabilities. The Rutgers Iran, that's about the new guidance was posted on the Commerce Department website on Sunday after a paper about the loophole circulated in Washington. Now, a day late and a dollar short. They didn't figure this out until a paper was circulated. Or do you think they didn't already know this? Do you think that they didn't already know this? And then when the paper got out, they tried to act like they were doing something. If it was so imperative that this AI chip didn't get out, wouldn't they have closed up all the loopholes to make sure that this precious AI chip didn't get out in the first place? Oh, you MAGA people, you are the ignorance. So obviously you expect your government to be ignorant too, and not see this loophole and close it before they start doling out these chips that they want you to believe that are so important that China don't get their hands on. Okay. Um, After a paper about the loophole circulated in Washington, according to people familiar with the matter. The paper, a copy of which was seen by Rutgers, says the floodgates have quietly opened, dated Friday. The paper does not list any author. And even though the paper was circulated quietly and uh, did not list any author of said paper, what did your commerce secretary do? You know, the same commerce secretary who said that he would be answering questions about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I will be answering those questions next week, and I will be answering all of those questions. And then the day came for him to answer those questions. He made sure that he refused to answer the questions under oath. He refused to have the session videotaped. That same person. So belatedly, that same person who curiously gave $5 million to some Republican entity right before he was to testify, and then miraculously he didn't have to testify under oath. That person, Howard Lutnick, over the Department of Commerce, maybe he was so busy getting his $5 million payment over to James Comer to allow him not to have to testify under oath in front of the Congress about his Epstein connections. What are all of these Epstein connected people doing for you in the United States? And now a unauthored letter gets his attention that he belatedly takes action. And we are to believe that it is imperative that China doesn't get AI before us and dominate AI. For what? For what reason? Is it AI important? They blowing smoke up your ass. They are blowing smoke up your ass and telling you that the stock market is fine, and all of these AI companies and all of these tech companies, they're doing big business and they're investing in this, that, and the other. How have the lives of the American citizens improved? It has not. It has declined under all of this pomp and circumstances and lies. But you have Kevin O'Leary, a whole motherfucking fraud out here, cheerleading like a bitch about AI. Okay, let's continue. Oh, where am I? It is unclear how many of the chips have been exported in the year that Trump administration left the door open. They did what? They did what? It is unclear how many of the chips have been exported in the year that the Trump administration left the door open. One chip industry source with deep supply chain knowledge estimate it was in the hundreds of thousands. Um, you can read this article yourself. It will be in my description box under. Let me see. Let me see what I will. AI. AI sold to China. How about that? That's where you can find the link to that. Even though we understand that AI is known, it is known that Jason Wong had a deal with China after your president took his disastrous chip over to China to look like she's little bitch. And all he got is a motherfucking pat on the ass and some rose seeds. I guess he sprinkled a few of those rose seeds in a 45 47's diaper. He, speaking of maybe he thought that all these rose seeds would be fertilized in his 45 47 shitty diaper. Speaking of which, speaking with farmers and shit and fertilizer, are you guys aware that the U.S. farmers have resorted to using cow shit to fertilize their crops? Uh, Cow shit and what cow shit and compost. Compost and cow shit is what the American farmer has been reduced to because of this failed war in Iran that Benjamin Netanyahu told the American president that he must be participate in. And now this is what the farmers are reduced to. You know, the farmers that got $12 billion relief package that went to their creditors, while Milei in Argentina got a $40 billion package. Because they're dying. You don't understand. They're dying. They need the relief. That's what your president told you about Milei. And now your American farmers are harvesting their crops in cow shit. Did you know that? Okay. Well, I just wanted to give you that information. If you didn't know that, now you know. Your mama's dumb. Damn, your mama's dumb. What did I say that was untrue? What did I say that was untrue? I'll wait. Your mama's dumb. Okay, let's continue. They have no argument. They think that they're mad, and they think that them being mad is an argument. They have absolutely no contradicting facts to speak of. These people are these people are beyond delirious. And how has that improved your life? Is my question. How has that improved you and how you live your life? I'll wait. Oh, you asked for Trump and ICE to increase all of your food costs to double the price of your gas. Is that what you voted for? Is that what you voted for? Is that what makes America great again? Oh, sweetheart, my feelings are hurt. My feelings aren't hurt. I'm giving you the news. Because I'm giving you the news, you think my feelings are hurt? No, it seems like your feelings are hurt. Sweetheart, obviously you didn't get the message that there is something that these tech bros are scheming to get your 401k. Your 4 whatever your 401k is, these billionaires have run out of cash, and what these billionaires are scheming right now is a way to get your 401k. Hold on, let me give you the facts. Gas is already this weekend gas is going down. What is it going to do when we actually acknowledge that there is no ceasefire, that this war is ongoing? The gas is going down because of the projections of ceasefires almost being signed every Thursday night or Friday morning, only to have strikes going on all weekend, only to say, for Iran to say they are not signing any agreement. All of this, that's called market manipulation that is going on right now. Let's be real clear about what is going on right now. Market manipulation. Now, somebody want to talk about their 401k plan. Let me share this once again. I shared it on Friday, but a month and act like he's the only person on earth with a 401k plan. But let's see what they have in store for your 401k plan. Uh, uh, let's let's talk about it. Let's talk about hit the 401k plan again. Obviously, this person was not here with me on Friday, so we'll review. Shall we? Be patient with me. Hold on. I think I have it shared right here. Let's find the information about the 401k plans, shall we? Give me a second. It is coming. Okay, here we are. Hold on. Maybe it's this one. Here we go. Now, if you want to say, "Oh well, that's just one company. That's just BlackRock," you don't understand that BlackRock manages most retirement and 401k plans. If you didn't know that, since you want to talk about your 401k plan, your 401k plan is in danger.
Big change could be coming to your 401k after a push from Washington to Wall Street to bring private assets to the masses. Our Leslie Picker has the story for us. Morning, Leslie.
Hey, good morning, Sarah. Obviously, this is very much in focus in the alternative asset world. BlackRock just this morning making a push out with a paper describing their plans for putting more private assets into 401ks. The firm intends to offer a target date fund with as much as 20% allocated to private assets by the early part of next year, I'm told. The firm estimates that incorporating private equity and private credit into a 401k will deliver 15% more income over 4 decades, and that's before fees. Washington is entertaining this concept as well. This week, the House advanced a bill that broadens the so-called accredited investor status, which would allow more people to invest in private markets through their 401ks. And there have been recent reports about the Trump administration's expected plan to issue an executive order that directs federal agencies to study and propose rule changes involving private assets in retirement plans. Now, there are still sizable hurdles among plan providers, including high fees, illiquidity, opacity, and litigation risk. BlackRock says in its paper that it's possible to offer exposure to private assets with a competitive fee structure that meets clients' needs on liquidity and transparency, and that a lot of the structuring would require products that are essentially built specifically for 401ks to address these concerns. On the policy front, BlackRock says the biggest hurdle is that the litigation landscape, as more than half of the defined contribution plans with more than $1 billion in assets have been sued for excess fees, guys.
Isn't this part of the bull case on a few names? I mean, BlackRock itself, I remember it just did the deal to buy HPS, the private credit manager, $14 billion. But Apollo and KKR, I mean, this would open up a whole new world of business for them.
Yeah, and they bought Preqin as well. So they've been on this massive acquisition spree to kind of play into this potential new white space for these alternative asset managers. Historically, it's always been kind of an institutional investor product. It's been in pension funds, pension plans for as long as the industry has been alive, essentially decades. But
all of this talking that they're doing. What they're not saying in this report is that your pension is going to be vulnerable. And they say that you will make more money. But everybody knows that in the stock market, people win and they do what? They also lose in the stock market. So your pension money will be used by BlackRock in ways that it has not been able to use your pension before. Because prior, why do you think they want to change this? They want access to more cash. And that includes your 401k savings. And now, prior to this, the problem with this is why they need to change something, because your 401k plans have been protected from being thrown on the fucking crap table. For these billionaires to walk away with no losses and you lose everything in your 401k plan. You had been protected from them being able to use your 401k money. While you want to talk about your 401k plan and what it has made and what it is doing, let's be real sure that BlackRock has their hand in some of fucking everything. Okay, let me share this with you as well. Since you act like you don't know, or are you acting like I don't know? Or did you make the mistake and bring your ass in here and try to act like I don't know what I'm talking about? Let me share this with you as well. Since you want to come in here and act like you some unique motherfucker when you just a dumb motherfucker. Let's continue.
If you're worried about saving for retirement, watch this clip carefully.
My own view is that it's not going to end well. And some of these new structures may not be liquid when things go wrong and they need the money.
That's Josh Harris, a private equity billionaire, warning you about a rule change his own industry just pushed for and is on the brink of winning.
But I fear that people don't really understand the risk.
Harris is talking about the Trump administration's plan to crack open the trillions sitting in American retirement accounts to private equity, private credit, and crypto. Savers don't want this. In fact, some of the financial industry doesn't either. One hedge fund manager told journalist Bethany McLean, when I see them going after 401ks, we know it's over, and they're going after 401ks. So why is it happening? Because private equity is in trouble. To understand why, you have to know the basics of how private equity works. Someone gives them money, they buy companies, they restructure the companies, and sell them for a profit. Take a fee that's often pretty high and pay everyone back with what's left over. That payout's called a distribution. Right now, distributions are running at half of normal times. A big reason is that PE firms overpaid for companies during the boom, and selling now means taking a loss. This year,
we're not going to forget a couple of weeks ago, BlackRock froze the amount of distributions that you could collect from your accounts, your BlackRock accounts. But you want to talk about your 401k? Do you think that they withheld billionaires from getting their money out of BlackRock? Do you think when there's a run on the bank, who's gonna get their running in first? And who's gonna be like, oh, I'm sorry, we have no more cash? Who? Do you think that these billionaire corporations are not gonna get all of their fucking money their money back out of their investment portfolios, or is it going to be your stupid ass and your 32% yield on your 401k, you dumb fuck? Don't come in here talking stupid. Take your ass over to some MAGA page and talk dumb shit, you dummy.
Bain estimates that the industry is sitting on 32,000 unsold companies. That money is stuck. Even in good times, private equity locks your money up for years. You can't pull it out on demand. The people who used to fund it, like with Harvard and Yale's endowments, are walking away, which means the industry needs a new pool of money. That is where your retirement savings come in. 401ks have been so far off limits to private equity. The rules say your employer picks what you can invest in, and you can sue them for bad options. Trump's proposed rule changes that. If an investment into private equity or credit goes bad, your employer won't be held responsible as long as they follow a process. But you will lose out. It gets worse. Morningstar, the firm millions of investors use to rate funds, says it's not even sure how to evaluate these new investments. Unlike public companies, they're opaque. Private equity industry and its sister industry, private credit, have wanted this for years, and they couldn't get it. Luckily for them, the crypto industry was running into the same problem. People aren't flocking to crypto like they used to.
Bitcoin has plummeted it's down 13% just today. So it has dropped from 109,000 to 63,500.
Together, they lobbied a president with significant crypto holdings. And now they're on the cusp of getting access to 401ks. But they're not over the finish line yet. The rule isn't final. There's a public comment period before it takes effect. Go to the link in our bio to tell the administration what you think. If you're worried about saving for retirement, watch this clip carefully.
My own view is that
Oh, interesting. You watch a crazy dude talking about spacemen with more. Your channel is pitiful, yet you're here. Yet you're here at my channel telling me what you watch, but you're not conversing in the facts that I'm talking about. Yet you're here. Am I supposed to cry about what you think about my channel? You're here trying to figure out what I'm talking about. Sweetheart, I have both. Sweetheart, I know what a 401k is, and I know what a pension is. Because I have both. Whenever the market goes up under a Democrat president, they claim credit. If Trump does the same, they attempt to discredit. How does the market going up affect you and how you live your life is my question. How has that market, the market is at 50,000. How has that improved your living situation? The cost that you have to pay for goods and services in the United States is my question. If if uh Kamala was president, well, if is a very unique way of looking at all of this. If my aunt was born with a penis, she'd be my uncle. So what the fuck does if have to do with any of the things that I'm talking about? And what if Kamala have to do with any of the facts that I am talking about? If I guess if you had a dick, you'd be a man too. Let's continue. Let's continue. Okay. Where was I? Before I was so rudely interrupted by dummies. Oh, where's the one who was bragging about their 401k and the yieldings that their 401k plan got? I'm curious. Hey, Fred. It's good to see you, Fred. It's always good to see you, Fred. Where's the braggart about their 401k? Where's the braggart about their 401k? Anywhere? Oh. Anywhere? Oh, I can't find the one who was talking about the yields of their 401k. Oh well. I'll carry on. Let's see some of the other news that I wanted to share with you also today. I didn't get an answer in what Trump being in office has yielded for you and how you live your life. I'm still waiting. While I wait, I'll show you what it's yielding for a lot of Americans. What Trump being in office has yielded for, unfortunately, for a lot of Americans. New Fed report warns of remarkable increase in households skipping meals due to food costs. Shall we read this story? Let's get into what is happening in America while these ignorants in here try to talk about Harris and things that I'm not speaking of because they cannot speak on what I am actually speaking on. There has been a remarkable increase over the past few years in Americans struggling to put food on the table, and that's likely contributing to record low consumer sentiment readings. New England Reserve Bank of New York research showed on Wednesday. The New York Fed updated the 2020 analysis on the disproportionate financial effects of the pandemic, which newly collected data from its closely watched survey of consumer exceptions. Research found that a greater share of Americans have become more food insecure than they were in May and June of 2020 at the height of the pandemic, and are dipping into savings to cover expenses, struggling to access food, have kids who've missed meals, and are receiving food donation or federal nutrition assistance. we find a remarkable increase in food insecurity, particularly among lower educated and lower income households and households with young children, the New York Fed research wrote on Wednesday. So a lot of you in this chat obviously are lower educated, therefore could be low income. A lot of you dummies are starving. You can't eat me. The leopard is eating your face. Go eat the leopard face. Those same groups also reported increases in pessimism regarding their financial well-being. While not necessarily causal, the association between rising food insecurity and increased pessimism points to a potential explanation as to why the U.S. consumer sentiment has been in the dumps despite economic data remaining fairly resilient, if not quite strong, researchers noted. Because of the economic indicators that they are touting out to be strong is the stock market. And most of these uneducated and poor people don't have anything in the stock market. So the things that they are using to count the economy as strong has no effect on most Americans and how they live their lives. Let's be real clear about that. Income and wealth inequality have long persisted in the U.S., but Americans' economic experiences and outcomes have become increasingly uneven in recent years. If income inequality is uneven, what do you think that the economic experience and outcomes would be? Of course, they would be increasingly uneven. They have been increasingly uneven as they have become increasingly unequal. CNN is, oh my God, this article makes absolutely no sense. They have become increasingly uneven in recent years. They have been becoming increasingly uneven the more that the wealth was shuttled up to the top. But now that we have had two major tax breaks for billionaires, one that has been made permanent, now you can finally see that the poor people and the regular people are getting shafted, so we can rain all this money on people who don't need it, won't be able to use it in their lifetime. And then you get a fucking billionaire. You get a fucking billionaire that comes into the government and talk about he's cutting out waste, fraud, and abuse. And the first programs he go to are the ones, first of all, who have investigations into himself and his companies. But then after that, the next companies that he go to are companies that benefit the welfare of a majority of Americans, like your Social Security, like Health and Human Services. Make that make sense. But he doesn't go to the department where he gets all of his corporate welfare from. The Department of Defense. He doesn't go there at all. As the Department of Defense budget went from $800 and some trillion in 2024 to $1 trillion this year in 2025, and they are asking for it to go to 2020, it went from 890 some billion in 2024. It went up to $1 trillion this year in 2026, and next year they want it to be 1.5 billion for 2027. But Elon Musk didn't go there, because that's where Elon Musk gets his corporate welfare from. That's where Donald Trump intervened to make sure that Trump Jr. Got this $600 and some million drone package from the Department of Defense. But you call me stupid, as you are mad because I'm showing how stupid you are in supporting your own demise. Don't be mad. Just understand, you dummies support your own demise at every clip. Not all of you, just you dummies that are talking dumb shit. Okay. This dynamic, frequently referred to as the K-shaped economy, is defined by a widening inequality in how lower and higher income Americans spend, earn, and build wealth. There's no wealth for lower Americans to build on. Those on the top half of the K have seen their household finances and wealth enriched by soaring stock prices, equity in their homes, and a refinancing boom that lowered mortgage payments and padded their piggy banks. Meanwhile, those on the bottom end of the K have experienced significantly greater levels of financial stress because of the higher cost of living. The post-pandemic inflation burst and 5+ years of price rising faster than they typically do. The greater financial strain due to the high cost of living, combined with the expiration of pandemic era aid, such as expanded food stamps, have led to a renewed concern about food insecurities among those at the bottom of the K shape, New York Fed researchers wrote. In February 2026, 10% of households surveyed said that they didn't have enough food and income increase of, they didn't have enough food and income increase from 4% in June 2020, according to the data released Wednesday. Shares of people receiving food donations increased to 15.8% from 10.6%, as well as SNAP 17.9% versus 10.6%. More than 1/3 of the respondents used their savings to cover expenses, 36.8% versus 21.8%. Now, what they would have you to believe that there is so much fraud going on in food stamps. We have to have everyone re-register for food stamps because we're looking for waste, fraud, and abuse. And that dumb bitch who's over the Department of Agriculture actually said we have seen 4,000 people leave the food stamp program. Did they leave or were they kicked off of the food stamp program? And she couldn't answer that. I don't know if they left voluntarily or if they have found to have been committing fraud. So at the same time, they're trying to kick people off as food assistance when they want to claim that there's been fraud going on in the food stamps program, when in fact that there are 17.9% people receiving food stamps as opposed to 10.6% of people using food stamps in the pandemic. In the pandemic, it was 10.6%. Now it's 17.9%. 18% of the population need to sustain their fucking food on food stamps, but they want to say that it's fraud. You're frauding the food stamp system because they are taking every fucking thing away from you. They lie and say that wages are outgrowing inflation when it's the exact opposite, and therefore more working class people or more underemployed people are having to turn to food stamps. Are we kidding ourselves that these people who work at Walmart or Walmart has a metric to make sure that they give them just enough money in just a few hours that will allow them to get on food stamps? Are we going to pretend like this isn't a tactic of these big corporations, that hire people who work at Dollar General, Dollar Tree, all of these big corporations that have billions and billions of of dollars that runs 3 and 4 stores, all of the stores owned by one corporation that pay their employer slave wages and give them just enough hours to qualify for food stamps? Are we going to pretend like we don't understand that this is what the billionaires are doing, and we are still pretending that we live in some trickle down economy? Some 1980 bullshit that Ronald Reagan and the Heritage Foundation cooked up to make you believe that if you work hard and make a lot of money for your company is going to reward you. No, your company didn't reward you. Your company rewarded themselves. And the same Ronald Reagan who changed the rules where the owners of these corporations and the people on the board could make money in stock buybacks. Something that was illegal before this imaginary trickle-down economy was supposed to be put in place. They were allowed to buy back their own stock, something that makes their stock prices increase. They get paid with stock, and they could buy back stock. Which takes more of their stocks off the market for regular people to buy. No, they're buying up their own stock. So all of the profit continues to go to them. All of the profits, they don't have to share it with you lowly shareholders that just so happen to find a good stock and make money. No, we don't want you to do that. We'll buy back our own stock. We don't want you to do that. You cannot enter this class. We have a do not enter clause in our billionaire class, in our Epstein class. You stay poor. But a lot of you guys don't even realize that you're cheerleading for your own demise. Okay, the New York Fed survey data was gathered before the U.S.-Israeli strikes in the Middle East that subsequently resulted in an oil supply crunch that caused a spike in gas prices and further heightened affordability concerns. Let me tell you where this will be in my description box. This is in my description box under Americans Are Starving. How about that? Is that good enough? Okay. You can go read that article. I'm just not talking to talk. All of the things that I want to share with you, I will share with you where I got the information from as well. It's only right. It's the only right thing to do. Let me make sure. Yes, I did that one. Now, let's get into our Supreme Court, shall we? Have you heard that Samuel Alito is at it again? Samuel Alito. Samuel Alito's son is working in the Department of Treasury. If you did not know, yes, Samuel Alito's son is working with us. The Department of Treasury. Now, why is that important? That is important because if there's any conflict of interest, a Supreme Court justice is supposed to recuse themselves. Now, did Samuel Alito recuse himself when he most definitely should have? It doesn't seem like he has. So let me share. Let me share this story with you from an actual attorney. See, because I'm not just propping propaganda. I'm actually giving you information from attorneys. Let's get into this.
And this one involves We've got more scandalous news coming out of the United States Supreme Court, and this one involves Sam Alito again. Now we learn that his son, Phil Alito, who had been a prosecutor in the Eastern District of Virginia U.S. Attorney's Office, has instead, for the last year, been detailed to work in the General Counsel's Office of the U.S. Department of Treasury, meaning...
Now, what I also want to note for you is, remember when that big payout, that big, not payout, the big settlement came out, and the Department of Treasury and the IRS in 4547 said that they had made a settlement agreement for $1776 billion. What also happened either on that same day or the day before? What happened? The lead counsel for the Treasury Department quit his job rather than to be involved in that bullshit. The lead counsel quit his job, but did Samuel Alito's son, who was supposed to be in the Department of Justice, who just miraculously turned up to be now working in the Treasury Department, did he quit his job? No, he didn't quit his job. The lead attorney for the Treasury Department wanted nothing to do with this. Let's continue.
He works for cabinet member Scott Bessent, who's in control of all things like, tariffs and the IRS and the IRS phony settlement with Donald Trump that's making its way up to the United States Supreme Court. And why is this the first we're hearing about it? Why hasn't the Supreme Court revealed it? Why hasn't the Treasury Department when they filed their briefs about tariffs? And there's several cases which are wending their way or have been before the United States Supreme Court. And I think the people would have liked to have known from an ethical standpoint, from an appearance of impropriety, whether Phil Alito should or should not have been working on any of these matters, and or whether Sam Alito should have recused himself. They try to get away with a spokesperson saying Phil Alito is definitely complying with all of his ethical obligations. Let us be the judge of that. Let us get to the bottom of it. Let's get a public records request and a Freedom of Information Act request to find out exactly what he is working on. And does it give anybody a sense of comfort that Sam Alito or people working for him are denying there's an ethical breach? This is a guy whose wife, while Jan 6 cases were going on, flew a flag of insurrection, an upside-down flag, in front of their home in Washington. And Sam Alito said it was fine. His wife likes flags. I'm Michael Popak. You're here on Legal AF to kick off the week. Let's get to the sordid tale of Phil Alito.
Before we get to the sordid tale of Phil Alito, Phil Alito, who kept his job in the Treasury Department after this bogus 1776 settlement that a judge ruled that cannot be used, has stayed the ability for this administration to even try to say, oh, well, Judge, there's nothing we can do. We've already started giving out the settlements. No, you cannot make any arguments that you've already started giving out the settlements. You can't do any of these things. But let me remind you of when this 1776 settlement came into purview. What happened? What did the Treasury lawyer do?
Department, somebody handpicked. We got some breaking news, obviously in protest. The general counsel of the Treasury Department, somebody handpicked by Donald Trump, Brian Morrissey, who used to work at a law
handpicked by Donald Trump
firm that I used to work at, has resigned just moments after Trump, the Treasury Department he controls, the Department of Justice he controls, and the lawyers he controls, except for Brian Morrissey, entered into a settlement of a phony lawsuit brought by Donald Trump against his own Internal Revenue Service, leading to the creation of a almost $8 billion anti-victim weaponization fund by the Department of Justice and Donald Trump, which violates the Constitution, violates statute. And now Brian Morrissey, who used to be a Clarence Thomas law clerk, used to be a partner at Sidley and Austin, had been in the Department of Justice. He's had enough. We got some updates in that $1.8 billion slush fund. We got a court update. We got a Brian Morrissey update. And I've got my hands on the memo released by the Office of the Attorney General instructing the Treasury Department to use its money to fund the fund. It's all right here on Legal AF. Let's get to it. Brian Morrissey, very well regarded, had been a law clerk on the Supreme Court for Clarence Thomas, worked in the Department of Justice in the first Trump term, and had come from a firm that I actually worked for in my career, Sidley Austin, based in Chicago. A lawyer's lawyer, not MAGA. General counsel of the Treasury Department, one of the highest jobs, chief legal officer of that department. The Internal Revenue Service is part of the Treasury Department. Scott Bessent is the Treasury Secretary, and this is his lawyer, no longer. We knew there were internal struggles within the Internal Revenue Service about this lawsuit that was filed by Donald Trump in Miami in front of Judge Williams, which has now been closed. Talk about that in a moment. They were struggling with the same questions that Judge Williams was struggling with. Is this a legitimate lawsuit? How can the president of the United States that runs the executive branch and has the domination and control over all of its agencies, as we know from the Supreme Court, how can it force its own agency to pay him? How can it force the Department of Justice to facilitate that fund? And how is there even an adversary relationship to allow for a legitimate lawsuit to be filed, to be settled? You can't settle an illegitimate, collusive lawsuit. That was the problem that Judge Williams had. So she set deadlines for this week and last week to have briefing done to advise her as whether that was a legitimate lawsuit. All stems from
Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like button as you cry and talk off topic about things that are not being talked about because you are so in your feelings that you cannot address these truths that I am giving you. I give zero fucks about what you think about me or my intelligence because you show your ignorance every time. The only thing you can talk about is me instead of the actual facts that I give on my channel. Carry on. Hit the like button since you're here.
Trump claiming that the leak of his tax returns by some, at the time, insider at the IRS caused him $10 billion worth of damage, and it's Joe Biden's fault. Joe Biden's fault? Some low-level person leaked the tax returns of Donald Trump showing he paid little or no taxes, along with his family? Tax returns.
And let's be real clear that this leak happened in Trump's own first presidency. And they're trying to blame it on Joe Biden. This is Biden's fault. Something that happened in President Trump first term. A contractor who was working for the IRS, who has been prosecuted and served jail time. But they want to lie and let because they know that Trump loves his ignorant voters. And so they know if they say that it has something to do with Biden, it will wash him clean. No, this happened under his own administration. Let's continue.
He should have disclosed to the American people while he was running for office. What did Joe Biden have to do with that? So the lawsuit gets filed after Trump files a federal $1 billion worth of damage, and it's Joe Biden's fault. Joe Biden's fault? Some low-level person leaked the tax returns of Donald Trump showing he paid little or no taxes, along with his family? Tax returns he should have disclosed to the American people while he was running for office? What did Joe Biden have to do with that? So the lawsuit gets filed after Trump files a federal tort claim, goes up through a process, and Judge Williams says, I don't think I have jurisdiction. Tell me why I do. She assigned 3 stellar lawyers and former judges to advise her. And right at the moment that the Trump administration was going to have to file their briefs, we, lo and behold, get a settlement. Hence, Brian Morrissey, obviously opposed to that settlement, has now resigned. I don't want to say in disgrace. If anything, it's a profile in courage that at least at the last minute, he resigned. I would have liked to have seen him do it earlier, but at least he did. Now, here is the memo dated May 18th from the Office of the Attorney General. It looks like a copy of a copy of a copy, but this is what's posted on the Department of Justice website, and we'll post it on Legal AF Substack. It says the settlement agreement in Trump versus IRS, which they call has created, that the settlement agreement has created the anti-weaponization fund. The settlement agreement directed the Attorney General to issue an order establishing funding. This is that order. Within 60 days of the effective date, the United States shall provide the U.S. Department of the Treasury with all necessary forms and documentation to direct a payment of $1,776 million to an account for the sole use by the Anti-Weaponization Fund. It does.
If there was a settlement, understand that the judge had no idea about this settlement that they spoke of.
Does not represent the value of
and the judge was supposed to be in on this said settlement.
Any claims by plaintiff, but rather is a projected valuation of future claimants' claims. By the way, nowhere in this memo or in the settlement agreement does it say that Donald Trump is not going to dip his nose, his beak into that well and take money. Certainly his family isn't barred. This is why it's a violation of the Presidential Emoluments Clause of the Constitution. And it goes through the funding procedures to force the Treasury using our taxpayer dollars to set up a fund controlled by Donald Trump.
Okay, the rest of this video is in my description box. Go over there and check out Michael Popop. It's under Treasury Department lawyers. So let's get back to the Samuel Alito's sons who did not recuse himself, who stayed on the job. Let's get back to that video, shall we? Now that you understand what the lead attorney for the Department of Treasury did, but Samuel Alito's son, the Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito's son, whose father has made very peculiar rulings, whose mother actually. This flag up here at top, the "Don't Tread on Me" flag. She had that in their house, hung upside down as an act of rebelling against your own government. And what does Samuel Lee? Oh, well, she likes to fly flags all the time. This Samuel Alito and his son. Let's continue.
Front of their home in Washington. And Sam Alito said it was fine. His wife likes flags.
No. Oh, she waved the U.S. flag upside down. Isn't that so patriotic? She desecrated your United States flag. She does have the "Don't Tread on Me" flag flying right here. This bitch hung the U.S. flag upside down. What say you, Mad MAGA? Hey, Nene the Goat, it's good to see you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's continue.
I'm Michael Popok. You're here on Legal AF to kick off the week. Let's get to the sordid tale of Phil Alito. Here's my question. If he's doing nothing wrong and it's completely on the up and up, Why has it been so hard to figure out that it happened? Why didn't he disclose it? Why, when you go on LinkedIn, you look up,
You know, I have text from Stephen Miller where he's like, we need white
Oh
boy.
my God.
we've got more scandalous
I
news coming out of a range of topics. Corrupt. They want to admit that his son works there, but that there's some sort of wall up. They don't talk about shop when they get together around the kitchen table. I mean, you've got a president who, when he was a criminal defendant, took special delight in going after judges and their family and their daughters and their wives, claiming that there was going to be some sort of kitchen table talk or pillow talk about the cases, and therefore that person had to be corrupt. They went after Judge Merchan that way, the judge in the criminal case involving Stormy Daniels. They went after Judge Engoron that way in the persistent fraud case against Donald Trump. They went against Judge Chutkin that way in the election interference case. Why is it any different? Why does Sam Alito get a pass? And again, if you've done nothing wrong, you'd think you'd be more forthcoming about it overall. Here's what the Treasury Department has said in its statement. Philip Alito is currently detailed from the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Virginia as a counselor in the Office of the General Counsel, and his portfolio covers a broad range of topics. As a matter of both professional and personal judgment, Phil does not counsel on any matters reasonably expected before the Supreme Court. He's in compliance with all applicable ethical obligations. Well, thank you, Treasury Department spokesperson. But I think we'll be the judge of that, don't you? First of all, isn't it a little odd that, in particular, Phil Alito, of all the people that could be detailed from the Eastern District of Virginia as a prosecutor to be sent to the Treasury Department, that it was the son of a sitting United States Supreme Court justice? Why? Well, what makes him so special? And what? We don't know. They don't disclose it. What are the compliance walls that have been placed around him to ensure that he's not going to work on anything that ends up at the Supreme Court? And how do they know what's going to end up at this United States Supreme Court or not? Let me give you just a few examples. He was apparently in the Treasury Department when the tariff case came up, in which the Supreme Court, in a 6-3 decision, ripped down the tariffs. His father in the minority, in the dissent. However, why was there no disclosure that Alito was on both sides of the case, if you will? There's a Treasury Department promoting the tariffs, and you got the son of sitting there. Wouldn't the other Supreme Court justices like to know where Phil Alito works when they're getting a brief in from some department? And again, you don't know what's going to end up at the United States Supreme Court. There's a handful of cases now against the weaponization fund that Donald Trump tried to create with a phony lawsuit in Miami against the Internal Revenue Service, which is controlled by the Treasury Department, meaning Phil Alito is a employee of the entity that purportedly just settled with Donald Trump to create an anti-weaponization fund for a couple of $1 billion. That's on a fast track to the United States Supreme Court. In fact, do you know where one of the cases was filed? By Democracy Forward, one of our friends here and collaborators on Legal AF. It was filed in the Eastern District of Virginia, where Alito just came from. So it's going to be up there in the next month or so. What are they doing to wall him off from that in his job as a lawyer in the general counsel's office? We also have reporting based on an order, for instance, of Judge Williams in Miami about the $1.776 billion settlement in a case that was before her. She also just said in an order, isn't it strange that there's reporting that the Internal Revenue Service had an internal legal memo that actually wanted Donald Trump's suit to be dismissed, that the Department of Justice was instructed for the IRS to go try to get rid of Donald Trump's lawsuit on statute of limitations grounds, on grounds that he can't sue his own executive agencies. There's no adversary process, therefore no jurisdiction for the court, and so on. That memo is now part of the public record. So Phil Alito, who works in Treasury in the legal department, probably would have gotten a memo like that. And if he didn't, then he should say so. Because then we have that concept under the law and ethics of an appearance of impropriety. And this is even if he's not technically working on a matter that right now is in front of the Supreme Court, it looks bad. And that's usually enough for a lawyer to be taken off of a case or to at least acknowledge that there is a potential conflict instead of
but we know the MAGA voter don't give a fuck about what looks bad. These are the people who in Texas voted for a man who actually. Why is MAGA always connected and promoting and cheerleading for these type of Ken Paxton, who won the primary against what is his name? I always forget his name. The sitting senator in Texas, John Cornyn, who has been a senator in Texas for 20 years. John Cornyn, you get what your hand deserves because you continued this voting on all of this bullshit, trying to curry favor with 45-47. You was a good little obedient dummy. And it cost you dearly because I don't even know why 45-47 had anything against John Cornyn. I guess 45-47 liked Ken Paxton because he was more akin to the type of person that 45-47 is himself. Because Ken Paxton is has been reported to be a horrible womanizer. Has gone on trial for stealing money. His wife said that he was a disgusting type of person, and she divorced him because of biblical situations. He is reported to be into some affair with a bitch. This bitch must be from Utah, a married woman with 7 children. As we speak, misappropriated funds in buying hotel rooms and the like. And why is this a common thread throughout MAGA that these MAGA voters will ignore? These MAGA voters sit up and ignore all of the disgusting things that MAGA has admittedly done and participated with child predators. Ken Paxton is the one who was responsible for wanting to give an admitted child predator. And the man admitted it himself, 1 day in jail. When it was discovered that Ken Paxton wanted to give this admitted child predator 1 day in jail, there was a big brouhaha. A big brouhaha around this. And then what happened? The poor fella, he had to spend around 30 days in jail. He did not have to register as a SA offender either. No. He didn't have to do any of that. And this is who 45-47 got 62% of MAGA voters to vote for against Cornyn, John Cornyn. So this is who is running against Tallarico. Why am I glad? This is the pretend to be Bible Belt Texas. Pretend to be Bible Belt, Texas. And what did James Cornyn come out and say about Tallarico? He said that Tallarico looked like a transsexual. And then here comes ugly ass Stephen Miller broadcasting the same and got in his fucking feelings hurt when the Democrat was the DNC response to his tweet was, "Shut up, you ugly fuck." This is Stephen Miller talking about Tallarico looked like the first trans person who is running for Senate in Texas. And how do you get in your feelings when you're told to shut up, you ugly fuck? Did Stephen Miller, was he under the impression that he was handsome? Was he under the impression that he didn't look like what is that alien on that not Family Guy show, the other show? What is his name? What is that alien's name? Oh God, I can't remember. What is his name? You're not concerned about Cuba. You are not concerned about Cuba. Don't come in. Roger! Thank you, Roger. Yes, Roger. Is Stephen Miller under the impression that he doesn't look like Roger? I'm just really curious. Now, so Stephen Miller, a stupid ass wife who is allegedly pregnant with his third or fourth child. She comes out and say that this is what's wrong with the left. The left always come out and talk about violence because they told your ugly husband, shut the fuck up, you ugly fuck. Shut the fuck up, you ugly fuck. And then here comes this dumb bitch Katie Miller out here. Now, another thing. How is it that Katie Miller is getting some big I think it was CBS. Of course, it would be Barry Weiss and CBS. Don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure it's Barry Weiss and CBS. How are they buying this failed ass podcast where she have something like 55,000 subscribers when you have a podcast out here with millions of subscribers? But Barry Weiss and CBS decides to pay this loser ass bitch something in the tune to $18 million for this failed podcast show. It's still failing when she has access to every person in the current administration, and this bitch can't get nobody to watch her. But then she comes out with, this is what's wrong with the Democrats. They are the reason that you have people shooting up the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Why? Bitch, what? Bitch, what? Bitch, what you say? Now, I have noticed that there has been a little hush that has gone over this White House Correspondents' Dinner. I remember that they tried to allege that the Secret Service officer that got hit was shot by the guy who ran past the metal detectors, but there is not now the last I heard this Trump attorney who is like dog shit. He is all over everything. Todd Blanche. The last thing I heard was Todd Blanche first accused this man of being the shooter of the Secret Service officer. Then when asked about ballistic evidence, he then walked it back. Like he didn't even have the ballistic evidence that this man even shot the gun. This man didn't have a gun. This man had a shotgun. If this man shot up the place, there should be plenty of evidence all over the place because a shotgun does not propel just one bullet. A shotgun propels a whole lot of buckshot. In this man's manifesto, he said that he was going to be using birdshot. These are smaller little pellets that would have been propelled all over the place. But then you got Katie Miller talking about the Democrats are the reason that you had someone shoot up the White House Correspondents' Dinner, when in fact the only people we know who shot up the White House Correspondents' Dinner for a fact were the Secret Service agents. They pretend like they are still doing an investigation, just like about who struck the Secret Service agents. There's a difference between a butt shot, and bullets. But they can't tell you who shot the Secret Service agent. And this dumb bitch is out here with this shit. I digress. Am I done? I think I'm done. I think I'm done.
Of turning their back on the American people, as Sam Alito has done time and time again, and said, trust me. How many times do we have to hear about litigants or people that file briefs before the United States Supreme Court having dinner with Sam Alito and talking about the case? We've had that reporting before. We've got the reporting about the wife with the upside down flags. Can you imagine, for instance, if I was advocating at the United States Supreme Court and I decided to take a detour and drive past Sam Alito's house the day I'm arguing something about the immunity decision, right, against Donald Trump, and I see an upside down flag in front of the justice's house? What would I think? And he said, well, my wife likes flags. Okay. You live in the house. Is there a little tiny flag hanging off the big flag that says, this is my wife's, I didn't do it? No. But they never, Sam Alito, Clarence Thomas, Chief Justice Roberts, they put themselves above these ethical requirements. And they think they act like they're omnipotent when it comes to ethics, like they're infallible, like they're the Pope. Oh, whatever. It's not an ethical breach because we say it's not an ethical breach. That's not good enough anymore. Not with the Supreme Court, whose reputation is swirling the drain of history. Here's Scott Bessent talking about why he doesn't think it's a conflict with Sam Alito working for him. Sam Alito's kid working for him, Phil Alito. Let's play the clip.
There was a report this morning that Justice Alito's son is working in your department. Can you confirm that that's the case? And if so, do you believe that that means that he should be, that the justice should recuse himself from cases that involve your department?
I am sure that Mr. Alito follows all legal and ethical guidelines, and I can assure you that at Treasury, we follow all the legal and ethical guidelines.
I'm glad you're here at the intersection of law and politics. We've got 12 fresh videos for you all day long. I'm Michael Popak. Take a minute, hit the free subscribe.
The fact that, hey, the Bushes, the fact that the Treasury Department was ready to pay out $1,776 million to people that tried to subvert the election lets you know that Scott Bessent is full of shit. And everything that Scott Bessent tells you should let you know that he's full of shit. Okay. Let me see. The way we have been waking up to more and more BS daily since January 2025 is indeed wild. I concur. So let me see. There are a couple of more things that I wanted to share with you guys. Here we go. Oh, no.
Today...
No, I don't want to share that one.
Donald Trump is panicking as Iran once again has successfully targeted a United States air base in Kuwait following the United States launching strikes against...
So the market manipulation as this administration has been striking Iran all weekend. All of this, what the gas? Some fool in the chat said the gas prices are going down now. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. By all intended purposes, we have failed in this war in Iran. It is quite embarrassing. But let's continue to pretend like all of this talk about we are going to sign a ceasefire very soon, and these rockets that we are shooting this weekend, these are just love taps. That doesn't mean that the ceasefire has failed. You know, I guess you are the same people who believe that there has been a peace agreement between Gaza and Hamas. I guess you are the same people that believe, as they continue to ethnically cleanse or genocide Palestine, that there's a peace agreement in the Israel with Gaza, with Palestine. I guess you're the same dummies that believe that.
Iran throughout the night into the early morning hours. The United States and Iran were exchanging fire. This is a fake ceasefire, as I've said before, intended for Donald Trump's market manipulation. Let me tell you what's going down. So we learned that there were missile and drone sirens that were activated in Kuwait, according to a release from the Kuwaiti army. Kuwait's air defenses were engaged in a large wave of Iranian missiles and drones. The Kuwaiti Defense Ministry told the public, remain sheltered in place, remain sheltered in place. Iran then said, oh, we hit the target that we were aiming for right there, that U.S. air base in Kuwait, because they said that the United States was using that air base to strike Iran, and that there was these outbreaks of this war that's been taking place, totally covered up by our media right here. The U.S. had to admit what it was doing. Here's what went down. Iran's Mehr news agency released a statement from the IRGC following these back and forth strikes. Here's the statement from the IRGC. The origin of the aggression against the Sirik Island telecommunications tower was targeted following the recent aggression by the invading U.S. Army against a telecommunications tower on Sirik Island in the Hormuzgan province. The IRGC Aerospace Force fighters targeted the airbase from which the aggression originated, and the predicted targets were destroyed. The IRGC Aerospace Force warned that if the aggression is repeated, the response will be completely different, and the responsibility lies with the invading and child-killing U.S. regime. So you remember our reporting over the weekend, and I saw a lot of comments saying, Ben, are your reports true? Because I'm not hearing this anywhere else. You're talking about Iran striking down 3 to 5 U.S. Aircraft, an MQ-9 Reaper, another MQ-9 Reaper, an MQ-1, that there were 5 Americans who were injured on this Kuwaiti air base 48 hours ago. Why aren't we hearing this anywhere else? Because our corporate news is regime media, and they're covering up most of the stuff. That's why. And so this telecommunications tower has been used by Iran, among other things. They've been able to successfully track these F-35s and these drones. So the U.S. struck the telecommunications towers, which were being used to track the MQ-9 Reapers and the MQ-1. And then Iran responded, and Iran just hit the U.S. air base in Kuwait. Now, U.S. Central Command was just forced to admit what went down. CENTCOM announced that over the weekend, it carried out what it refers to as, quote, several self-defense strikes on Iranian air defenses, radar, command and control sites, and one-way attack drones in Guruk, Iran, and Keshem Island. The strikes, which occurred Saturday and Sunday, were in response to what they said were recent aggressive actions by Iran, to include the shooting down of a U.S. MQ-1 Predator that was operating over the international waters of the Persian Gulf. So the United States says that we were putting our MQ-1 and MQ-9 Reapers over what the U.S. claims was international waters. Iran said these are our land, this is our area. And then they were struck down. And then the U.S. said that we were acting defensive by attacking Iran yet again. This was defensive. This was not aggressive. We were on the defense by going on the offense. This is straight out of George Orwell's 1984. In fact, far more dangerous in my view. But then Iran responded, and Iran just targeted the U.S. air base and hit it again. Meanwhile, you have all Donald Trump's weirdo MAGA propagandists like Laura Loomer saying, it's time to finish the job. The back and forth is getting boring. The back and forth is getting boring.
Laura Looney is bored. You're bored, bitch. There's also been reports that up to 5 of our military personnel are either have lost their lives or are badly wounded in these latest rounds of strike. But you notice your government is not talking about this. We'll get to that. Since Laura Looney is bored, go over there and finish the fight. I'm pretty sure your fucking a mauled up face could stop motherfucking rockets in their tracks and make them fall out of the sky, you ugly bitch.
You know, the American people are suffering right now as a result of this catastrophic war, and people across the world are suffering. And the Trump regime and Netanyahu have engaged in terrible war crimes in Iran, in Lebanon, genocide in Gaza. I mean, did you know that in the past 24 hours, 41 people were killed and 140 people were wounded in Israeli strikes across Lebanon on Saturday, which frankly should be called U.S. and Israeli strikes across Lebanon because Trump is green lighting this. According to Lebanon's health ministry, Israeli attacks have killed 3,412 people and wounded 10,269 others.
And we do know that Benjamin Netanyahu, after Trump and Iran had brokered their first peace deal, what did Netanyahu do? He said that the peace deal does not include is it Syria? Not Syria, Lebanon. Benjamin Netanyahu then struck over 200 missiles in less than 10 minutes in Lebanon. While your president is talking about a peace deal that did include Lebanon, Benjamin Netanyahu said no, it doesn't. So all of this that they're talking about that is going on in Lebanon now, Iran said that this is the reason why they are not signing any agreement with the United States because of what's going on in Lebanon. So let's be real clear. Are we ignoring the fact that what's going on in southern Lebanon is the same thing that has gone on in Palestine? They are smashing all of their buildings after they bomb these areas and have these people fleeing their home. They are actually demolishing and flattening every fucking piece of real estate in southern Lebanon. And what is America doing about that? Nothing.
Since Israel escalated its assault on March 2nd. And we've seen amongst these 41 people killed and 140 wounded, children, mothers, lots of innocent people. And again, that doesn't get any attention at all. That's right by the city of Tyre or Sur, and it is just beyond fathomable what's going on there every single day. And so Kelly Myers, reporter, she tried to ask Hegseth a question. She was there with Hegseth. Hegseth was on this Asia trip.
I apologize. I am back. Let me finish sharing this with you. Let's see what Keg Breath had to say. Please forgive me. Something happened. I don't know. Let me finish sharing this with you. What did Keg Breath have to say when questioned by the media?
Targeted a
Let's get to Keg Breath of it all.
stupidest people. I'm sure that's what happened. It was the falling debris. No, what happened was the U.S. targeted Iran on this Asia trip, the Shangri-La trip, and he was coming back and he was being asked these questions. And
just tried to ask Secretary Hegseth about this when he deplaned at the JBA, but no comment as he walked to his car to leave. About 5 U.S. national service members and contractor reportedly injured by falling debris from intercepted Iranian Fayaf 110 missile on Ali Al Salman Air Base. Oh, you see that I didn't even know this was in here. You see that I said that our military is not talking about this? I didn't even know this was in here. I got that report on John Kunta, I think, reported this. You notice how your military is not telling you about all of this dumb shit that they are doing as they are not winning any type of war in Iran. This is what the people who have no merit to be in their position are doing.
It is just beyond fathomable what's going on there every single day. And so Kelly Myers, reporter, she tried to ask Hegseth the question. She was there with Hegseth. Hegseth was on this Asia trip, the Shangri-La trip, and he was coming back and he was being asked these questions. And she goes, I tried to ask Hegseth about this when he deplaned at JBA, but no comment as he walked to his car to leave. This is what we're learning now. We reported on this 3 days ago. 5 U.S. national service members and contractors reportedly injured by, quote, falling debris from intercepted Iranian missiles on the Ali Al Salam air base in Kuwait. Falling debris. They think we're the stupidest people. I'm sure that's what happened. It was the falling debris. No, what happened was the U.S. targeted Iran. Iran responded. They hit Ali Al Salam. Our service members who were at this airbase once again were not protected because this Trump regime is utterly incompetent, and 5 people were seriously injured at least. And it's probably more than that because the Trump regime covers up everything. And now Hegseth, who is saying that he doesn't want to see, quote, fatties at the UFC fight that will be taking place on the White House lawn, where they've like ripped apart the White House for this UFC fight. No fatties, they say. And remember the video I did yesterday? No one wants to be affiliated with this sick Epstein class weird event for Trump's birthday. Even Rogan's like, this is a terrible idea, this event. But Hegseth refuses to answer a very basic question about that. Now, Iran's leadership, they're issuing numerous warnings right now. You have Iran's main spokesperson at the IRGC saying, if Netanyahu does not stop his genocidal war in Lebanon, the collapse of the American economy will begin in June. Now, you may be like, well, what does he know about the American economy in June? It's IRGC. That's IRGC propaganda. No.
Today is June 1st. How long did you think that we will be able to do this dumb shit and the streets will be able to be closed? I just told you that U.S. farmers are having to resort to using cow shit to fertilize their crops. How long do you think that this is going to go on before you really feel it? Did you think that Iran is just going to be attacked and not let you feel it as well? I don't know. I really don't know. But let's. But there was something else. I would be remiss if your president didn't come out here. He did an interview with his airhead daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, on what they call it, state-sponsored media, Fox News, in which he said that I've destroyed their Air Force and I have destroyed their Navy. Let's understand that Iranians' Air Force and their Navy are close to 60 years old. It's not like they have destroyed any modern ships or aircrafts. If I'm not mistaken, that big strike that big strike that they did when they were trying to rescue this unnamed, up until now still unnamed pilot that was shot down. Iran was using a Vietnam era aircraft when they did that. You know, when all of those two carrier planes that carried 130 passengers were down and ruined. And I want you to understand, hey, you know, I've ruined their Navy and their Air Force, but I let the IRGC stand because they're more compassionate. Understand that the IRGC is their fucking military. He let the military stand. The military who is have us on the ropes, in my opinion. He let them stand. You had no choice but to let them stand and try to act as if you could talk to them. These are more moderate people. No, bitch. These are the ones who not taking no shit. And that's why you let them stand, because you can't make them fall, in my opinion. Let's continue. This is your president telling you dumb shit.
One of the top Exxon executives said that if this catastrophic war is not resolved by Donald Trump in the next week to week and a half, we will see the biggest oil shock ever, because we've hit that point where we've tapped into our oil reserves, and the oil reserves that we've tapped into will now hit this critical threshold level where all of the prices of gas will be forced to be raised significantly. The price per barrel will now hit 180 to 200. Because the reserves will kind of tap out at this critical level, and then you'll be seeing $6, $7, $8. You'll be seeing gas lines. We're very close. I've been warning about this. The Exxon executive finally said it, and it's why it's important that we track what's going on and not buy into all of this propaganda. I mean, remember the propaganda yesterday morning? The propaganda yesterday morning is there's this outlet that's called Iran International, which makes you think they're an Iranian, that they're in Iran, but they're Iranians who left Iran that have Iran International. And they did an article that said Iran's president, Pezeshkian, offers resignation, citing total takeover by the IRGC commanders. Well, you have to look into what Iran International is. It's an Iranian dissident news network that was received. It was reported that it received lots of funding from Western sources or the UAE or others. And then we know this is false. The Iranians came out with a statement. The rumor mongering by the disreputable foreign network is a continuation of previous ridiculous media games. They have published their own wishful thinking in place of reality. President Pezeshkian will not retreat from serving the people, just as the Iranian nation will not step back from the path of solidarity and resistance. They will take their wish to shatter the unity of the Iranian nation to the grave. Another Iranian leader wrote, to ward off the evil of the child-killing regime and to liberate the dear people of Lebanon from their current lamentable situation, we must first, Iran, in coordination with the resistance groups in the region, must take action against the bloodthirsty Zionist regime. Second, the Bab al-Mandab Strait must be closed. And third, the skies over the capital of Israel and the region, the Emirates, must rain down stars. And then you had the foreign ministry spokesperson take a photo with the IRGC spokesperson showing the political side of Iran is united with the military side of Iran. And they said for one.
So all of these Iranian spokespeople and the IRGC had to get together to dispel the propaganda and lies that your government is feeding you, as if they are separating and they are trying to carve out their own niches. We're going to talk about that as well. But this link is in my description box under... Where is this? In my description box, I will put this in here under war updates. How about that? The war updates. And now I have a whole new war update that I was kind of expecting, but I didn't know that it was going to happen so quickly. So here is the latest update on the Iranian war. And another thing I need to ask you. With us being in all of these negotiations, who is doing the negotiation for the United States? We know that Marco Rubio is hanging on to Trump's back pocket, shadowing him everywhere, like some bitch who is hanging on to the pocket of his lover in a prison. We see Marco Rubio being led around like some prison yard bitch holding on to Trump's pocket. You know how they bitch men down in prison and they make them put your hand in my pocket and follow me everywhere I go? Yeah, this is Marco Rubio. Who is actually doing the negotiations in this war? Have you ever heard your president tell you who is doing all of this negotiations? Okay, well, I'm just curious. I am just curious. Let me share something else with you. Maybe some of you are curious or maybe not. I don't know. But I was definitely curious about this. Let me share this with you. The latest update on the Iran war. Here we go. This will also be in my description box. I advise you to visit all of these people, especially Midas Touch and oh my God, Aaron.
America. 8 days after, rather 9 days after Donald Trump says we were close to an agreement. We have some big news right now. Iran has suspended all talks with the United States of America. 8 days after, rather 9 days after Donald Trump says we were close to an agreement, the deal was being ironed out. Now Iran has suspended all talks with the United States, according to Tasnim, which is the semi-official Iranian state media. Why is Iran doing this? Well, because Israel is pushing into Lebanon, conducting strikes more so than ever before. And a precondition to any ceasefire deal for Iran was Israel stopping bombing of Lebanon. But Israel's bombing of Lebanon has displaced over 1 million Lebanese residents and is continuing in greater force than before the ceasefire. And so Iran is now saying, we're not going to negotiate. We're done. So they're freezing everything. They're threatening a full closure of the Strait of Hormuz again. And a deal that has been parroted by Donald Trump and Axios doesn't seem like a deal at all anymore. Spread the word. Follow along for all the news you need to know about. We have some big news right now. Iran has suspended all talks with the United States.
So much winning. So much winning. Aaron Hernandez. The link is in my description box. Let's get on to what else I wanted to share with you. The update on the story of the second year quarterback for the New York Jets, New York Giants, Jax Dart. Now, he decided to introduce Donald Trump, and they are surprised about the pushback that has gotten, as this administration has tried to set black people back to the 1940s. With now, they are requesting anybody in any job position to be a whistleblower for their company if, based upon no criteria, if you feel that there is some DEI going on in your company. They want you to be a whistleblower so they can penalize your company and they can go after your company. What is the criteria? Obviously, the criteria is being a black, a woman, or a handicapped person having any position that you don't feel that they should have, even a starting position in a company. They give you no criteria because they want you to be comfortable with saying whatever you feel is DEI, then we're going to investigate it. If you didn't know that. Now, so this is who Jackson Darth has the audacity to introduce and talking about. And then they had a meeting in the players' room. Now they had a meeting in the team locker room, and Jackson Dart comes with all of this bullshit about he has extended family members who have fought in wars and blah 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 blah. But I really want you to hear. See, they were upset. I forget his name. I forget his name. The black Muslim guy on the team. They wanted to say that he had some audacity to say, like, what the fuck? I thought this shit was some AI shit. Are we still doing this now? That's what he wrote in Twitter. And the white dummies lost their fucking mind. But they were quiet when Laura Ingram told LeBron James to shut up and dribble. Did Laura Ingram or anyone on the right tell Jason Dart to shut up and pass the ball? No, none of that happened. But they were in their feelings. I wish I could find the post where they actually show Jason Dart with his girlfriend of the moment draped all over his body, and then they showed a picture of. You're gonna hear his name. I forget his name. I'm not a football fan. The only reason I heard about this is because of this big brouhaha. They had a picture of him and a woman, and he was dressed in like a Muslim type suit that goes to your knees, and his collar was far up on his neck, and he had a gold chain. And the right-wing media tried to tell you that this was some Muslim hate chain. This was a Muslim chain professing hate, when in fact it was a gold chain with his nickname in big letters. I forget what the letters spelled out. His nickname in big letters. It was a big rapper chain, all gold. But the right-wing media told you that this was some hate chain that Muslims wore. And then they tried to compare and contrast the two women that Jackson Dart was with, and that this black Muslim man on his teammate, who had the audacity to say, is this what we're doing now? They tried to compare and contrast the women that they were with. The Muslim guy he was with, oh God, I'm gonna get his name right. He was with someone who had her Muslim clothing on. She had a head wrap on, and she was no body part showing. While this other guy had this hookah all dripped all over his body. Okay, so I come to find out that there's a big brouhaha about this woman that Jackson Dart is dating, and she's taking all the publicity. She's his stylist, and she's this. She's making a come up off of her connections to Jackson Dart. But the woman that they wanted to compare her with, that was in Muslim garb, who had her head wrapped up. They were trying to say that the Muslim guy couldn't even compare with getting the type of woman that Jackson Dart got. But the thing about it is, it was a self-read on the people who were trying to read his teammate about his woman. Because in fact, while they were comparing these two women, the woman that the black Muslim was with was his mother. And they didn't even understand how black didn't crack, and they thought that was his woman. The read was on them. Let's get into this. We're going to get into the response of his teammates as well.
Will not go away. Jackson Dart and Abdul Carter met the media for the first time.
Abdul Carter.
Since this man spoke at Donald Trump's rally for Republican Congressman Mike Lawler. So here is Jackson Dart. Let's hear what he had to say when he gave a written statement to the media.
Appreciate y'all being here.
Read a written statement.
I understand that there's probably going to be questions that involve off the field topics, and for that, I have a statement, and I hope I can answer as many of those questions that y'all may have. And I ask that can talk about football after that. And I hope
He does not want to do this. This is a guy. You know what he sounds like? He sounds like a
Dang nabbit, I'm back. I don't know. I'm gonna have to clean my computer after this live. Let's get back to what I was sharing with you. Here we go.
Will not go away. Jackson Dart and Abdul Carter met the media for the first time since this man spoke at Donald Trump's rally for Republican Congressman Mike Lawler. So here is Jackson Dart. Let's hear what he had to say when he gave a written statement to the media.
Appreciate y'all being here.
Read a written statement.
I understand that there's probably going to be questions that involve off the field topics. And for that, I have a statement, and I hope I can answer as many of those questions that y'all may have. And I asked that can you talk about football after that? And I hope
He does not want to do this. This is a guy. You know what he sounds like? He sounds like a live golfer after taking the Saudi money and goes, I just want to talk about putting. I mean, dude, this is all your own undoing. I know that's what you want to talk about. We all know that's what you want to talk about.
You know, we can understand and respect that from each other. You know, obviously this was a unique opportunity. You know, being asked and given the opportunity to introduce the President of the United States.
No, okay, hang on. This is not a unique opportunity. I'm going to tell you why this is not a unique opportunity. When someone is as unpopular as this current president, as someone who is making our lives that much harder, just breathing, living, gas prices, anything, his approval rating is in the toilet. It is not a unique opportunity. Anybody, if Kid Rock's career, which was DOA, can be revived by attaching himself to the Trump train, trust me, anybody could do it. If Le'Veon Bell and Antonio Brown can introduce him for a rally in Pittsburgh, trust me, the starting quarterback of the New York Football Giants is just fine.
You know, my thinking was pretty simple. In the fact of, you know, I've always loved this country. I have extended family members who have fought in wars.
All right. I don't want to do this. Come on. What does this have to do? And how is it being put into a defense mechanism for what you did? What really gets me is we have seen, and we have even covered on this channel, how Jon Stewart attached his name and fought for veterans to get health care, which they should get. And you know who held up those bills? Republicans. You know who called the dead suckers and losers, according to The Atlantic, of veterans? Donald Trump. You know who didn't want to go to a veteran cemetery because the rain would ruin his hair? Donald Trump. You know who dodged the draft? Donald Trump. You know who accepted a Purple Heart from a veteran, which is just distasteful? Donald John Trump. I don't want to hear this crap about inserting the military when you have a party that could not be more anti-military and taking care of those who served. And somehow they are positioned as the pro-military party. They don't care about those bodies. What they care about is the military-industrial complex. That's what they care about.
I have two uncles who have retired from the Air Force Academy and served themselves.
This doesn't matter for your defense.
Grandfather who served as Secretary of Treasury at some point. So the president position has always been a a position that I've well respected, regardless of political affiliation.
If that is true, by the way, if you think that, then what you would do is denounce the current president depicting the former president, Barack Obama, and the first lady as apes, which is a racist trope. You would denounce that if you do feel this way that you are saying right now. If you felt that way, you would denounce birtherism. Really played into and even said you were on. Honored and privileged to introduce the man who brought that to the forefront, Donald Trump. This is crap.
I said all of that and my mic was off. There are a string of 6 to 7 quarterbacks that are on this team who are good quarterbacks. The racism goes to the position that he plays for the New York Giants as well. You know, the racism in the NFL that says black quarterbacks are not smart enough to learn all the plays. Therefore, they are always choosing white quarterbacks. Sit this motherfucker's ass down. Because all of this about the military and patriotism and all of this shit, as Donald Trump shits on anything patriotic in this country and try to make grifts and grifting from the treasury something that's patriotic, as Donald Trump proves that he is so unpatriotic that he refused to properly properly turn over hands of the new government, and instead called rioters to attack the Capitol to subvert the to avert the count of the elections, the certification of the 2020 elections. But this is what you admire. See, all of this overt racism, and that you want to couch as, patriotism, none of that shit flies, because nothing is patriotic about this man who put 1776 on $1,776,000,000 to give away to insurrectionists, and nothing is patriotic about this president. So we understand that. Oh, you got caught with your hand in your in the cookie jar, and you didn't think that it was going to be this bad for you. I'm a young white boy living in a young white world, but you got a young wake-up call. So I digress. All of this overt racism, he thought that he could fly. He thought that MAGA would be behind him. He didn't realize nobody gives a fuck about MAGA. Everybody's disgusted about MAGA, except for the dumbest of MAGA, who are still a root for MAGA.
And it shows two things. Number one, these statements, when there is a massive F up, is on the part of the organization, not the player. You think he went out there, prior to going out there, wrote all this down or typed it up and goes, yeah, I'm going to cook. No. It goes through multiple people before it reaches his hands. They think you are stupid. They think you are gullible enough to buy this. Don't.
Regardless of political party. And
But that's the other part about this. That's the other part about this. Because this is what, as we covered yesterday, Boomer Esiason tried to do. Oh, it doesn't matter, political party. All right. Some of you probably didn't like Barack Obama, and some of you probably didn't like Joe Biden the same way you didn't like Donald Trump. By the way, not an Obama stan, not a Biden stan. What I am, I'm going to be very clear about this, and I don't think this is the way, but I am a harm reduction voter. That is what I am. I think if Zoran were to be eligible, I would vote for him. That is where my politics lie. Saying this, though, at a time when we have a man who is protecting the Epstein class, a man who very well could be a pedo, a man who is a war criminal, a man who, per a judge, was found to have raped E. Jean Carroll. You cannot make this false equivalency of, oh, it's just differences of parties. No. I mean, technically, yes. Technically, yes. But you can't put them on the same level playing field of morality, which is what he's trying to do right now and downplaying it.
My intentions were just that. I also understand in this world, politics can be a sensitive matter, a sensitive topic.
You think?
I also understand that I am the quarterback of the New York Giants, and that involves a lot of responsibility. It's under a limelight, under a microscope, and there's a lot that comes with that.
Just get to the point.
I've embraced. I've loved being here. I've loved the city of New York. I love the city of New Jersey, the people that I've met here.
Wait, did he just say city of New Jersey?
Something that I've embraced. I've loved being here. I've loved the city of New York. I love the city of New Jersey, the people that I've met here.
Oh my God. Oh God. Oh God. What is happening? Oh my God. Am I? Are we going crazy? What's happening? Dude, I might need a blunt and spodioti after this. What is happening? You know, Trump did say, I love the poorly educated.
It's just been a really amazing experience, and there's not another place that I'd rather be.
For sure, dude.
You know, most importantly, the people in this organization, my teammates, the staff, coaches, everybody that has a hand. Jose, you name it. You know, I've loved making relationships with them and growing connections.
Who is Jose?
That's the kind of person that I am. I'm a connector. I love making relationships with people. I love hearing everybody's stories.
Oh my God, dude. No, you don't. No, you don't. This is crap. Him saying this runs directly counter to the man that he once more said he was honored and privileged to open for, who basically called anybody who was against him an enemy. He wants to jail them. He wants to imprison them. He wants to kill them. But you, oh, no, you're different. You're a humanitarian. That's what you are. Hey, I went up here and I decided to say it was an honor and a privilege to open up for a fascist. But, you know, the thing is, I love everybody. Who's buying this?
And being somebody who, you know, people can rely on.
I can't take this anymore. I can't. All right, let's get to Abdul Carter. This is just horrible. So Abdul Carter, who posted above a tweet showing that Jackson Dart was at the Trump rally. Here's what he said when he addressed the media.
Yeah, I'm just going to address this one time because we all want to move past this and get over this like everybody do. But first off, I want to say that some things are bigger than football, and this is one of those things. Jackson is one of our leaders. He's the face of our franchise. He not only represents himself and what he does, but he represents all of us. And that goes for anybody who wears a Giants uniform. But if he chooses to align himself with a man like President Trump, it's my responsibility based on what I believe and what I stand on to not only show my teammates that I'm against that, but to show the world. And that doesn't mean that we have to spread hate. It doesn't mean that me and Jackson hate each other or we have beef. I sit next to Jackson every day, every team meeting, we close, we talk. You know, we just, as long as we make sure we got the same goal as a team and our goals align, which they do, I feel like that's all that matters. So I just want to move past this and yeah, that's it.
That was good. In a time when there are so many who are made, and you know what I mean, when they will not stand on business. When they'll say, "Oh, yeah, I put myself before the team. I apologize to anyone I offended. If I offended anybody, I apologize to Jackson. I involved to the Tishes, the co-owners in the Epstein file. I apologize to the Maras. I apologize to Coach Harbs. I apologize." No, he didn't. Oh, I love to see this. And you could also read between the lines here. He said, "Hey, I need y'all to understand. I have to do this right now."
That's what he had to say. Now, there was another player who spoke up who is from Arkansas. Let's show a little bit of what he had to say about the situation. Shall we? I forget his name. Football is not my sport. James Winston. All of these links will be in my description box. So you can go check them out yourself and check out the content creators.
I think it reflects what togetherness looks like in terms of we don't have to agree, we don't have to respect or even understand people's perspective, but I think we should support their perspective because that's what they believe in, right? So I think these two young guys being resilient and showing that uncomfortable situations and coming to not a compromise, but coming to a position of strength, of authority, of the impact that they have, that we have as athletes with this platform to the world is so good for them to experience because, guys, they were drafted together. What you don't have a tighter bond than that. They sit next to each other in the team meme room, right? And that's what we see in this world. Sometimes we try to normalize just opinions, people's opinions. Everybody want to jump on, oh, he said this, she did that, but we don't normalize togetherness. We don't normalize perspective, and everyone has that. But at the end of the day, as a team, it is our I promise, it is our burning desire to find ways to unify, to come together, and to be great football players. And
But Jesus. Got kicked out once again. I'm gonna have to. Let me. I don't even think that this is the James Watson clip that I. Hold on. Hold on. I wanted to show you what he had to say. This is it right here. This is what I want.
Yeah, I'm just going to address this one time.
Here. Disregard all of that other fluff and bullshit. This is what I wanted you to hear. And why white people act like, oh, I don't understand, or what they so mad, I don't understand. We don't expect you to understand. We expect to put a foot in your ass when you do dumb shit, though. There's that. These links are in my description box under the heading New York Sports. So you can go and catch up on them yourselves. Let's get into what I want you to hear from these two athletes.
Because we all want to move past this and get over this like everybody do. So first off, I want to say that some things, yeah, I'm just going to address this one time because we all want to move past this and get over this like everybody do.
Now this is the
So first off,
the black Muslim who was standing with his mother that they decided to put side by side with Jackson Darth and his tart of the moment. Let's be real clear. And said that he had on some type of Muslim hate chain.
That some things are bigger than football, and this is one of those things. Jackson is one of our leaders. He's the face of our franchise. He not only represents himself and what he does, but he represents all of us. And that goes for anybody who wears a Giants uniform. But if he chooses to align himself with a man like President Trump, it's my responsibility, based on what I believe and what I stand on, to not only show my teammates that I'm against that, but to show the world. And that doesn't mean that we have to spread hate. It doesn't mean that me and Jackson hate each other or we have beef. I sit next to Jackson every day, every team meeting. We close, we talk. You know, we just, as long as we make sure we got the same goal as a team and our goals align, which they do, and I feel like that's all that matters. So I just want to move past this, and yeah, that's it. I'll take any questions about anything else, but in terms of this, I just want to move past this.
Can I ask you, when you spoke to Jackson, do you think he fully understood and respected your viewpoint on
Yeah, exactly. I know Jackson is a good dude. Like I said, I was drafted with this guy. I've known him for almost 2 years now, so I know what he represents. I know that our goals align as a team. And just because we have a disagreement in something doesn't mean that, you know, there's something more than that. It's just a disagreement, and we can talk about it as men, which we did, and move forward from it. So that's my last time answering that. Yeah.
Bill, when you guys had conversations, I mean, Coach Harvey mentioned you had a team meeting. How did that team meeting make you more confident that this team is ready to move past this and be better, as he said?
Well, like I said, just everybody.
Should have minded his own business in the first place. He did mind his own business in the first place. His business is using his First Amendment of free speech, bitch. You should mind your own business. Let's continue.
That's on the team are grown men, so we have conversations, we talk about it, and we move on from it.
Do you feel like you were heard by everybody in the room, and not just Jackson or Coach Harbs?
I feel like everybody heard me and understands, yeah.
When did you talk to the rest of your teammates about it?
But we talk about it every day. Like, if it's something that's going on between the team, we're gonna always make sure we talk about it, not let anything go under the rug.
You tell me if I'm wrong, but you weren't here earlier in the week. You were
no.
Yeah, so did you? I guess it was Thursday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you talk to your teammates separately, like as a group, or you talk to them separately?
No, I've had one-on-one conversations with my teammates and just talking about our views and things, how somebody views certain things and how I view certain things. It's just conversations that we have.
I'll take a couple more. Harbaugh said that he felt how this thing happened at the beginning of the week. You guys have come out of this a stronger football team, a stronger locker room. Do you feel the same way, and why would you say that?
Yeah, for sure. I think everything happens for a reason. You know, when things like this happen, it's an opportunity for us to come together, to talk about it, learn more about each other, and just move forward from it. Yeah.
Did Jackson say he was sorry for doing it?
No, I don't want him to say he's sorry. Like, stand on what you believe in, but it can't be a problem when I stand on what I believe in. And that's all that matters to me. Just as long as we have that understanding, it's all good.
That part.
I think it reflects what togetherness looks like in terms of we don't have to agree. We don't have to respect or even understand people's perspective. But I think we should support their perspective because that's what they believe in. Right? So I think these two young guys being resilient and showing that uncomfortable situations, not compromise, but come to a position of strength, of authority, of the impact that they have, that we have as athletes with this platform to the world is so good for them to experience because, guys, they were drafted together. What you don't have a tighter bond than that. They sit next to each other in the team meeting room, right? And that's what we see in this world. Sometimes we try to normalize just opinions, people's opinions. Everybody want to jump on, oh, he said this, she did that, but we don't normalize togetherness. We don't normalize perspective, and everyone has that. But at the end of the day, as a team, it is our I promise, it is our burning desire to find ways to unify, to come together, and to be great football players. And what does football encompass? What does sport encompass? Sport encompasses diversity. Sport encompasses people that literally we get the chance to experience failures and success with all of y'all. The people that write, the people that sit there and watch in the stands, and the own viewers that just have their opinion. We all are experiencing this together. So I think a lot of people like to focus on the macro of like, look what he did or look what she said, but we don't focus on how we can see the seed of good and the unity and the ability to handle tough situations or tough circumstances that this team is dealing with that has nothing to do with football right now.
James, you use the word uncomfortable, and the idea of these are uncomfortable situations, they're tough situations. As a team, how do you guys turn uncomfortable into a growing moment and something that you guys can do stronger?
I'm about to show you how you turn uncomfortable into a growing moment. I'm from a city, Birmingham, Alabama, where they blew up a church with 4 little girls and their parents.
Here we go. This is what I wanted you to hear. While they act like, oh, why you getting on the white boy, as they try to erase our history and what we have gone through as a people. And this little and this is what happens when you get racist and racist policies in the White House.
And family had to go around picking up their limbs in the Deep South. Picking up their limbs, 4 little girls. I'm from a city where a little 9-year-old girl who decided to march got put in jail for volunteering her right of free speech, for standing on what she believes in. That's history. And I believe history repeats itself. But I also believe in respecting authority, respecting treating a man and a woman as I would like to be treated. That is how uncomfortable situations and uncomfortable times help unify people, because you know them, you realize from them, and you grow from them. Right now, I haven't been a part of any openly traumatizing things like that happen, not 250 years ago when this country came into existence, but try about 80 years ago. We got people that still live during that time. Those little girls will still be living right now. That 9-year-old girl that got sprayed with hoses and you put dogs on it and put her in jail, she's still living right now. It's a little children's book. I read this book about this 9-year-old marcher to my kids. That's why educating our youth and informing them of our history is so important. A lot of people try to push it past. You're like, oh my gosh, like that's behind us. No, guys, we living in it right now. We got a blonde hair, blue-eyed white kid and a black Muslim religion black kid who are coming together and showing the world that we can come together.
And they did have to. What did they show the world? What did the world show them? When he said something, are we still doing this? What did the world show the United States? What did they show? They showed hate and bias to a black man who happened to also be Muslim. You mean that he had the audacity to use his First Amendment covered speech and say something so unoffensive when he had been offended by a teammate, by the support that a teammate outwardly gave to someone who is trying to take black people back to the 1920s, 30s, or 40s.
we can happen. We don't have to see everything. Everything doesn't have to be viewed in this perfect little snow globe, and everything doesn't have to be perfect. But we have to support each other. We have to promote love, because love is a stronger feeling than hate, and eliminate these unwanted opinions. Everybody has something to say, but how many people are willing to act on change? How many people are willing to be the change that they desire to see, instead of just point a finger and say, oh, he said this, let's cancel him. Oh my God, he believes this. Oh, we gotta get him. That was uncomfortable, wasn't it? And that's how it happens. You educate, you grow from it, you build calluses.
James, are you proud of Abdul then for standing up against what he feels is divisiveness?
I'm proud of Jackson and Abdul for having this conversation, getting in front of y'all and speaking what they will love. I'm proud of our team for understanding that, like, we don't have to pick a side in this. We have to understand, we have to have support for other people's, our team, like what they stand for. I'm not gonna say, oh man, you wrong. Why would you do that? I'm gonna say, okay, that's probably not what I believe, but I love you as I love myself, right? So I'm gonna give you some grace, all right, and I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna show you, hey, look, man, look, this is what happened. All right, this is how you handle this. All right, this is what teamwork looks like. All right, but being proud of my teammates being separated by the mass media and hearing the opinions of people that don't have nothing to do with this building, but just looking at a reason to point fingers at a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white boy and a black Muslim. That is what's happening to the world, right? And they poke and pry at these young men. I know Abdul say, like, we men, yeah, but how many people in this group has never made a mistake? How many people in this group has never said something or did something that they wish they didn't do? I don't know. I don't know how many people in the world can say that they didn't say or do something that they would take back. Now, I'm a person, I don't have many regrets, but I do have moments of education where I have to learn about the platform that I have, right? And the actions and the decisions that I make and who that impacts, right? And I think this is an excellent opportunity for those two young men to realize what they represent, the platform that they have, and how they're going to go about navigating that and standing on what they both believe in.
We'll take a few more.
James, you've been on multiple teams, obviously. How does this group, mostly a lot of younger guys, how does this group, from your experience, how have they handled it compared to, say, maybe other locker rooms in terms of just the veteran presence, the young guys? How has this group handled this to where Harb said you guys have come out better from it? Just want you to see perspective on it.
Yeah, I think we've grown from it, and I think that's the thing. Like, we're dealing with a chaotic situation that has nothing to do with our required profession. We're understanding the importance of our voice and who we're capable of impacting. And I think that's what I want for all of our team, all my teammates to understand that, know that it's bigger than you. It's bigger than the team itself, right? We all got people that make decisions, but the reverence for authority, the reverence for the process of growth has to be there. The reverence for life itself, it has to be there. So I think that is where we're learning as a building. We're learning, we're growing, but we're focused on winning football games, man. That's what we're I think one thing, like, you see FIFA World Cup over there, I think one thing, like, we're going to quickly understand.
I agree with Carter more. It's bigger than football. Everything is not about football and this tune and all of this shit that you're feeling forced to say. If you guys are not familiar with Charles Tobias, you should really go over.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Charles Tobias, and welcome you guys to another episode of the Dreamers Pro Show. We'll be covering everything from sports, hot topics, classic debates, entertainment, and we'll give you guys a fresh perspective on things and how we see what he had to say to the media. Is a very short clip here, and a lot of people weighed in, and then when to come back, take a listen to what he had to say here.
So first off, I'm going to say that some things are bigger than football, and this is one of those things. Jackson is one of our leaders. Appreciate y'all being here. I understand that
we heard the comments.
Boomer Esiason.
A
I'm going to read a little bit of it before we play what he had to say. So the clip says, Boomer Esiason 100% right on the Jackson Hart Abdul Carter controversy. Dart was asked to introduce President Trump at a New York event. So did it, whatever. He said nothing political or partisan, though I'm sure he supports Trump as most NFL players and 90% of the NFL QBs. If for some reason I was asked to introduce Barack Obama, I would do it and be honored and respectful about it, even though I think Obama was a horrible president, right? This is from Ben Hart or whatever. He then said, I would even find something positive to say because that's what you do if you have manners.
What you do is you decline. If this person is against what you stand for, you decline. You got to do everything that's requested of you. Boomer Esiason.
I'm sorry, I just have to stop it right there. Manners. You support Trump and you're talking about manners. I'll continue on. He says, I once had a very good conversation with President Bill Clinton, even though I was on the other side politically. Clinton even told me he thought I would agree with a lot in the speech he was going to give. This is how.
He also talked about having manners. It said that President Barack Obama was a horrible president. Make that make sense.
Politics should be conducted in a civil manner, even when we have strong disagreements. In other words, we need more John Fetterman. So I think, this is the guy, John Fetterman. So what we want to do is we're going to play what this gentleman had to say here. I want you guys to listen to it because he's essentially chastising, Abdul Carter for his position. Take a listen to what he had to say here.
This was a real error on the part of Abdul Carter, not on the part of Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart was asked to do something to introduce the president of the United States. How many people get an opportunity to do something like that, regardless of who the president is? You may have hated Barack Obama. You may have hated Joe Biden. And some guys didn't want to go to the White House because they didn't like those presidents, just like other guys didn't want to go to the White House because they didn't like President Trump. But to put this out like a child on social media is ridiculous. And then when I heard, we spoke man to man. There was only one man on that call, and that was Jackson Dart. You were a man who was late to meetings. You were a man who didn't live up to your draft choice. You're a man who wanted to wear number 56. And by the way, your idol, number 56, has introduced Donald Trump numerous times. So I don't want to hear this. So he made another just boneheaded error by going to social media.
So you heard his comments. What are my thoughts about this?
So now all of a sudden, Carter isn't a man. Now we bringing in to what he does in practices and all of this type of stuff. Doesn't show up to practice on time. He's not a man. Of course, we know that you don't consider Carter a man because you don't understand the fact that Carter is dismayed at his teammate showing up to someone who depicted Barack and Michelle Obama as apes. So it's easy for us to understand that you don't consider Carter a man anyway. You didn't say anything about that. Everybody want to talk about manners and respect of the office and all this shit from a motherfucker who doesn't respect the office himself. Play all of these fucking revisionist history type of bullshit. The fuck out of my face. This link is in my description box. Go over there and watch the rest of it. He does attacking his character. Exactly. go over there and watch Charles Taibbi. I forget how he pronounced his name. He does great commentary. Let me drop the link in the chat as well. That's all that I have for you guys this morning. I appreciate you all being here. Please hit the like button, share, subscribe if you haven't. Let me drop this link here so you guys can finish it at your own leisure. And go over there and subscribe to Charles as well. He does great commentary. Andy Montero, do not come in my chat talking dumb shit off topic and cursing and thinking you have any effect on my program. Move on, bitch, and hit the like button as you move. All right, I appreciate you too, Fred, and I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day and stay sucker free. I think that's it. I think that's all I had to talk about. I talked about so much today and so many disruptions with my computer. So I'm going to leave it here while I can still end my show. So I'll see you guys here. If something happens on tomorrow, some breaking news happens on tomorrow, I would possibly be here. Let me make sure before I leave that there is no breaking news that I am unaware of as of yet. There, every 5 to 15 minutes with this administration is some more bullshit. Let me see. Is there anything else I want to alert you to? I think I played this one. Listen, hold on. One more second. So we are aware that the Iran deal is over with. They are projecting gas prices are about to surge to $180 to $200 a barrel. Is it a barrel? Yes, a barrel. So now I did give you the forewarning that the United States was about to be. Did I play that for you? I may not have played that for you, but there has been a forewarning about the peril that the United States would soon be in. Let me now we see that this is coming to fruition. Let me see if I can get that warning for you. Hold on. Hold on. Because there was a forewarning about this. Hold on. Let me see if I could find it. While we're waiting, let's listen to Talarico's. We talked about James Talarico and Ken Paxton. While we're waiting, let's listen to Talarico's response to Ken Paxton. Understand that Talarico is a practicing some type of minister or something. But they're trying to say that Talarico is trans, and this is his response to that. If you are unaware of that, they are very afraid of James Talarico.
Well, I think if Ken Paxton is worried about freaks,
they are very, very worried about James Talarico. Ken Paxton said that he will call him James Talafrico. So here is his response.
Ken Paxton, your opponent, has taken to calling you Talafrico.
well, I think if Ken Paxton is worried about freaks, he should stop giving Epstein-style sweetheart deals to pedophiles.
If you have not been paying attention to the U.S. Senate race in Texas, I am telling you, it is getting really good. And it's mainly because of the Democratic candidate, James Tallarico. So last night, something incredible happened, which I will get to in just a second. Incredible, though, not surprising. But the real reason I'm doing this video today is because I came across two videos of James Tallarico that just blew me away. I was already familiar with Tallarico. I've done, I think, 1 or 2 videos on him. But this man is such a good communicator and such an actual fighter that I was a little jarred by the clip that I saw, even though it shouldn't be surprising to see a Democrat fighting the way he is. It did surprise me. But first, let's get to what happened last night. And that is Ken Paxton winning the Senate primary on the Republican side against John Cornyn, who had been the Republican senator for over 2 decades. And Cornyn was essentially taken down by Trump as Trump endorsed Paxton and led to this result with Paxton at 63.8% and John Cornyn at 36.2%. We'll get to Paxton in a second here and his whole background, but he's a terrible person, which means, of course, he was going to win this race. We're talking about a Republican primary. The absolute worst person is going to win because that typically is who Donald Trump's going to endorse. And that was the result here. So before I even get to the whole breakdown of how horrible Paxton is, I got to get to this clip. So Paxton apparently has been called, or Tallarico has been called Tallafrico by Ken Paxton. We're going to get to some of the other attack lines that Republicans are using against him, which are just incredible. But let me get to Tallarico's response to Paxton here, calling him Tallafrico. And this is one of the videos that impressed me.
Ken Paxton, your opponent, has taken to calling you Tallafrico.
Well, I think if Ken Paxton is worried about freaks, he should stop giving Epstein-style sweetheart deals to pedophiles. You know, this is the guy who just released Adam Hoffman from jail and admitted child rapist after one of Ken Paxton's wealthy lawyer friends got involved in the case. Ken Paxton even kept him off the sex offender registry. Adam Hoffman was supposed to serve 25 years to life, but instead he served less than a month. As of this week, he's now back on our streets because of Ken
Paxton. Ken Paxton, the candidate that was endorsed by Donald Trump. Don't you find that peculiar? That this type of behavior always surrounds this administration?
Ken Paxton's corruption.
And being apologists for people who do this to children is always swimming around this administration and the people they endorse.
Paxton is the most corrupt politician in America, and it is costing Texans. It's endangering our children, and it must end. I think the Epstein class has no place in Texas, and this November, we're going to come together to defeat Ken Paxton and take back our state for the people.
My man went right for the jugular. He calls you Tallafrico. Yeah, well, he defends pedophiles. This is like, all right. I mean, he's correct. That's correct. That's what you should be saying if that's what your candidate is doing. But it was just jarring to be like, wow, this guy's actually fighting. He is willing to call out the absolute insanity and disgusting nature of many of these Republican lawmakers and does not hold back. On that point, Rick Perry. Do you remember Rick Perry? I do. He former governor of Texas, Republican governor, of course, and has since, I wouldn't say he's evolved. I guess he has somewhat, but he's changed a bit. Regardless, he also hammered this point on Ken Paxton. Paxton initially offered a plea deal to a man who admitted to molesting a child to serve only 1 day in jail. So clearly, Paxton, not a fan among Republicans, or at least wasn't. We're going to get to what happened following last night's victory by Paxton. But first, let's just go over some of the history here as the CNN recaps. Paxton was indicted on felony securities fraud charges a decade ago. Eventually, in 2024, he reached a pretrial agreement involving community service and restitution. He also faced a civil case on similar allegations brought by the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, though that case was thrown out in 2016. His own aides reported him to the FBI in 2020 for alleged corruption. No case was brought, but Paxton's firing of the aides was ruled improper in a $6.6 million judgment. The GOP-controlled state house impeached him in 2023, though he was later acquitted by the state Senate. This man was too extreme for the GOP-controlled state house in Texas. He has the kinds of mortgage problems that Trump administration has repeatedly claimed could be serious crimes, at least when they involved Trump's foes. Speaking of the fact that this man apparently claimed that he has 3 homes that are all his primary residences. This is as a way to secure favorable mortgage rates. He has faced allegations of infidelity, including when his wife, State Senator Angela Paxton, filed for divorce last year, citing biblical grounds. So Paxton's a freak. I mean, that's putting it lightly. He apparently was even a freak to Republicans until he won the primary. So as Rolling Stone reports here, Republicans scrambled to pretend they've always liked Ken Paxton. Check out what happened here. So as they write, the National Republican Senate Committee deleted months of press releases criticizing Paxton, an alleged philanderer and kleptocrat, as a liability to Republicans with too many skeletons in his closet. So after Paxton won last night, these were erased from the internet. So this is from the National Republican Senate Committee, scrubbing their links. So these are the links that existed. Ken Paxton caught using taxpayer dollars to buy hotel rooms for donors. Paxton's lies and incompetence keep piling up. Ken Paxton is standing in conservatives' way. NRSC statement on Angela Paxton's decision to divorce Ken Paxton. So they were clearly working against him to try and help John Cornyn while Paxton won. And what happened to those links? Well, let's check the first one there. Ken Paxton caught using taxpayer dollars to buy hotels for his donors. Here's the NRSC.org link. It is gone.
They deleted. Let me make sure my mic is on. They deleted all their links where they themselves were talking poorly about Paxton's. They deleted their own posts about Ken Paxton. Let that sink in.
Actually 6 biological sexes. It's hard to imagine someone more radical than that.
There is so much there. That is just so absolutely.
Life on our values.
Talarico.
And finally, he's a threat to our very way of life and our values. I mean, he's a vegan who thinks God is non-binary and that there's actually 6 biological sexes.
Now, this man has the audacity to say that he's a threat to our values. Sir, you and I do not share the same values. That is the first thing. And look at the crowd behind him. Look at the crowd of uneducated dummies behind him.
It's hard to imagine someone more radical than that.
There is so much there. That is just so absolutely absurd. First, let's take this bit by bit. Let's start with the idea that he's vegan. So to be clear, James Talarico is not vegan. Not that it matters if he was. Who the fuck cares? You are a corrupt piece of shit that protects pedophiles. And one of your main complaints about your opponent is that he's vegan when he isn't even vegan. But this is the name, one of the names that Paxton tried to use on Talarico.
How about Tofu Talarico? You know,
He's workshopping names to call James Talarico. One of them being Tofu Talarico. Do you know where this stems from? You are going to lose your... This really helps to showcase how fucking stupid Republicans are. Talarico visited a taco shop in Austin with Obama on May 12th and ordered a breakfast taco made with potatoes, egg, and cheese without any meat, which isn't even vegan. It's vegetarian, for God's sake. But just because you choose to have a meal without any meat doesn't all of a sudden make you a vegan or a vegetarian. Okay. But the fact that God isn't a person. Like I'm not going to get into...
Feminine and everything in between. God is both masculine.
He thinks God is non-binary. So on him. It's absolute.
Now, this argument that he is making, I have been playing a lot of James Tallarico before James Tallarico had decided to run for Senate. James Tallarico was a state's either congressman or senator in Texas. And there was a big debate on where these Texas Congress people wanted to make the Holy Bible a part of the curriculum in all public schools. James Tallarico is some type of a Christian. I don't know what denomination of Christianity, but even he was arguing against teaching from the Holy Bible. They tried to subvert him being able to argue this case till they wind up arguing the case on a Sunday. You know, where the Bible says that there should be a day of rest where you shouldn't be at work, and the author of the bill, she just smiled demurely, and he was like, what is today? Sunday. Because all of the antics that they did, that they the last day of their session was on the last day of the month that they could complete their session ended up being on a Sunday. So they had to go in on the Sunday because all of their other ploys in deception didn't work. And so here she is wanting to teach out of the Bible, working on a Sunday.
Insane. The other one, of course, God, he thinks God is non-binary. So that stems from this clip here. It's a few years old, I believe.
God is both masculine and feminine and everything in between. God is non-binary.
This is just speaking to the fact that God isn't a person. Like I'm not going to get into spirituality here, but that's what this is speaking to. But no, according to Republicans, here's Ted Cruz. Texas will never elect someone who thinks God is non-binary. God damn it. My God has a dick, a large, massive dick. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Again, it goes to show.
Is a sort of intelligence test that a lot of people.
Fox News on this.
Will never be Cornyn, but he might be Paxton. Megan seems to be hedging on that idea. What do you think?
You know, I think that Tallarico versus Paxton is a sort of intelligence test that a lot of people are failing right now. The idea that Tallarico is a moderate vanilla candidate that Democrats are running when he has said that there are more than 6 genders, that God is non-binary, and that that's going to pass the smell test among Texas voters in particular. Again, a lot of people are failing the very basic intelligence test on that one.
Yeah. A lot of people are
a lot of people. It could be the people who voted for someone who said that someone who S8 a child and admitted it. Ken Paxton said gave them 1 day in jail and not having to register for as a SA. And if I'm not mistaken, this was not a teen or preteen or anything like this. If I'm not mistaken, this was a very, very young child.
Absolutely failing the basic intelligence test on this race. Texas voters aren't this stupid. They know God has a giant, beautiful dick. Must vote for Paxton. So stupid. Here is Fox News again, but this is funny because they are just basically saying what Tallarico has been saying about Paxton.
Paxton will now face Democrat James Tallarico, who wasted no time attacking Paxton online. His campaign posting this, quote, "This is Ken Paxton's mugshot. He was indicted on 3 felony counts for investment fraud. He was reported to the FBI by his own staff for bribery. He was impeached by his own party for corruption. Now he is the Republican nominee for U.S. Senate in Texas."
So it took Fox News literally having to read a social media post from the Tallarico campaign to get this information out about Paxton to their viewers. But whatever, regardless, at least at some point, people watching Fox News, as long as they're watching at 9 in the morning Eastern time, are getting the information. We'll see how this goes. Look, Paxton had been heavily criticized by Republicans before this victory, including on Fox News. I came across a Fox and Friends clip where they were discussing how Paxton is sort of not the great view. So I don't want to give too much away because the story is worth listening to. Check it out. I will end on this.
My first year of teaching, my principal told me that I was going to get this kid named Justin, who had gotten kicked out of his elementary school the year before because he had brought a knife to school and threatened to stab his 5th grade teacher. So I was, again, first year teacher, kind of freaked out, right? The kid shows up. One, he's not a monster. He's an 11-year-old boy, right? Like this high, right? I took him aside, introduced myself, told him I was happy he was in class, told him I wanted to get to know him. He gradually started to raise his hand a little bit more in class. He was super smart, super just quick. He also had like a great smile. He's very popular with the girls in the class, a lot of personality. And I started to invite him to our little lunch group because I had kids who came and ate in my classroom during lunch. And we started to kind of build a rapport. And he didn't have a lot of male teachers. So I think that was helpful to see a guy as a teacher and be able to build a relationship with him. Anyway, right before winter break that year, it's the last day of school, he brought me this wrapped gift. The wrapping was all jankety, but I opened it up and it was this little cup with a snowflake on it that he had bought at the Dollar Tree for his teacher. Again, this is a kid who was going to stab his 5th grade teacher. A few months later, he's bringing a snowflake cup to his 6th grade teacher. And I was feeling like I was on top of the world as a teacher. I was like, who's going to make the movie, right? Like, here I am, right?
Sandra Bullock's going to play you in a movie.
Yeah, who's going to play me? And then I came back after winter break. I was in my 3rd period class, and I heard this commotion out in the hallway. So I immediately stepped out of the room to see what was going on. And there were 2 of our coaches, and they were both restraining Justin, either side of him. They were carrying him out of the school. He was screaming. His feet didn't touch the ground. Like he literally was just carried out of the school. I found out that he had started a fight in his 3rd grade class, and that was his last strike. And it was the last time I ever saw Justin. I did some digging to figure out what had happened. Turns out in the previous semester, Justin had been seeing a therapist that was provided by the school district. And it was this lady that he really was hitting it off with and getting along with. And they were going through all his issues because Justin had been abandoned by his mother at a very early age, which that'll screw anybody up, right? Justin had experienced violence, had experienced all this trauma. And so for the first time, there was a professional who was helping him work his way through it. And there was a teacher who liked him and who believed in him. And that was all it took for Justin to see all these improvements. And I found out that after winter break, that because of budget cuts from the legislature, the district had eliminated the therapist. So this lifeline suddenly went away for Justin. So literally everybody had abandoned Justin, including his own mother. And now the adults that he was trying to trust again were abandoning him. And so that was the kind of radicalizing experience for me, because these people at the state capitol had cut $5 billion from our schools. Who knows why? Who knows what the justifications were? But I saw firsthand how that screwed up a kid's life. I saw the damage that did to real flesh and blood human beings. And so I promised myself right then that if I ever got a little bit of power or a little bit of influence, that I would do everything I could with every fiber of my being to stop that from happening again.
If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe and check out some of the other videos I have on this channel.
Trump's on a bit of a losing streak this week in federal courts, from Tennessee to Florida to the District of Columbia and everywhere in between. And latest in breaking news, Judge Cooper, an Obama appointee, has decided he's going to permanently block Donald Trump.
You guys want to hear the all the glorious ways that Trump is showing that he is a loser right now? We see that there is going to be no nuclear deal. I'll drop this link in the chat if you guys want to see the many ways that Trump is a loser, and all of the illegal shit that he was trying to pull off is being blocked by courts.
From placing his name anywhere on or near or around the Kennedy Center. because it violates the quote-unquote organic statute established by Congress in the aftermath of the assassination of JFK as the only living memorial to JFK in Washington, D.C. That is a permanent block. He's also decided to permanently block Donald Trump's hand-picked board of trustees from icing Congresswoman Joy Beatty from her participation in any decision-making. She's an ex officio member. They decided they were going to change the rules in the middle of the game and not allow ex officio members to vote. In fact, according to the judge and the record, they muted her. They put her on mute so she couldn't talk when she objected to the tear down of the Kennedy Center, the renaming of the Kennedy Center, and the rest. The judge says, wait a minute. She is a trustee. She has fiduciary duties to the public. You, board, have fiduciary duties to the public, and it looks like you violated them. So he's permanently blocking, requiring that they let her vote and let her be heard. And thirdly, his new order for now preliminarily blocks or enjoins the shutdown of the Kennedy Center scheduled for July. The judge, in fact, found that the trustees were derelict in their duty to shut down the Kennedy Center without trying to figure out if there were least costly alternatives to allow the programming to continue at the Kennedy Center while the needed repairs, people concede this place needs repairs, are done. In other words, did you properly exercise your trustee powers in the interest of the public to decide whether remediation and repair could happen while the Kennedy Center was open? Now, we all know the reason Donald Trump wanted to shut down the Kennedy Center, because he doesn't like the fact that real artists and musicians and others and performers don't want to perform at the Kennedy Center while his name has scarred its surface. And so to avoid the embarrassment of having nobody but like Lee Greenwood show up for an extended stay, like I guess Lee Greenwood was planning to be like the Billy Joel of Madison Square Garden of the Kennedy Center and just perform every week. To avoid that, Trump had his handpicked minions, including the wives of Howard Lutnick and JD Vance's wife, vote to shut it down. Why? We don't need it for the next 2 years. Let's just shut it down, and I won't have to be embarrassed. And the judge says, yeah, you can't do that. That's a dereliction of your trustee position. What I love about Judge Cooper, many things, but one of them is he uses the words of John F. Kennedy himself to prove his point throughout his 93-page decision, which we have for you. We have the receipts up on Substack for Legal AF as well. I'm Michael Popak. You're on Midas Touch and Legal AF. Take a minute, hit the free subscribe button as we continue to grow our pro-democracy channel. Let's start with the issue. Joyce Beatty, who is a congresswoman, who is the sole plaintiff here, when she got shut out and shut down,
I would be remiss if I didn't tell you, of course, Joyce Beatty is a black woman as well.
She ran to court. Judge already determined she had standing to bring the case to stop the desecration of the Kennedy Center. And in fact, if you don't remember her, well, let's play a clip to remind you of who we're talking about and who's the rightful keeper of the flame of the memory of John F. Kennedy. Let's play the clip.
I'm Congresswoman Joyce Beatty. I'm sitting here in my congressional office in Washington, D.C., just ending a call with the Kennedy Center, where I serve as an ex officio member. I am bringing this to you live today because what you may hear is that there was a unanimous vote to rename the Kennedy Center the Trump Center. Be clear, I was on that call. And as I tried to push my button to voice my concern, to ask questions, and certainly not to vote in support of this, I was muted. Each time I tried to speak, I was muted. Participants were not allowed to voice their concerns who were online. Yet it was said at the end, it was a unanimous vote.
And let's be clear, this white racism in this country, that is exactly what they are trying to do to Black voices, trying to act as if you have no rights that they have. Like what you have to say does not matter, does not count. They don't want to hear from you, and they want to make rules in regards to you and how you live your life. Let's be real clear on the boldness. This is a sitting congresswoman, and they are muting her mic. The likes of JD Vance, who is such a wimp ass bitch that she don't stand up to her husband disrespecting her religion, but she has the audacity to sit in a place where a Black woman of power is being muted. The wife of Howard Lutnick, who took her stupid ass to the Epstein Island with her children, took herself, her children, another couple and their children to the Epstein Island after allegedly already knowing what a creep Epstein was. But this bitch is sitting her ass up in Congress muting the mic of a elected official. Let all of this sink in. Are we going to talk about Howard Lutnick anymore? The wife of Howard Lutnick, who didn't find it curious of all of the days and the life of their children, of the one day on 9/11, mysteriously, Howard Lutnick didn't get up and go to the office at his scheduled time. All of a sudden, on 9/11, Howard Lutnick wanted to take his child to school. Something that was unheard of for Howard Lutnick to do. Are you guys going to pretend like you don't know about that as well? But this bitch, it has the audacity to be sitting on a committee that is muting the mic of a powerful person in a committee that she was slapped on because Howard Lutnick let Donald Trump's nutsack rest on his throat. Okay, just making sure you know.
Clearly, the Congress has a say in this. This center, the Kennedy Center, was created by the Congress. I think it's important for us to know that this is just another attempt to evade the law and not let the people have a say. As a strong supporter of the arts, as someone during my entire time here in Congress, I have participated in the Kennedy Center's programs, and I salute all the artists who have performed there.
Now, here's what Judge Cooper says on page 1 to lead off his memorandum. And side note, how many times have I done a hot take or a video analysis in which I start with a judge leading off an order or opinion with a quote? Shakespeare, founding.
And let's be real clear. There was an idiot in my chat who told me to cite my sources. All of the information that I share with you is in my description box. I am already clear on that. If you need more sources to be cited, turn on your live button and you talk about what you want to talk about and you cite your sources. But in the meantime, since you're demanding that I cite my sources, why don't you cite a source that contradicts anything that I have presented on here today? Cite those sources. I am not at your beck and call. I do my program the way I want to do my program. And you are trying to act as if I don't know what I'm talking about. Cite a source that says something contrary to what I have presented on my show, bitch. All of the links I shared with you, even the news clippings, all of those are in my description box. Let's continue.
Fathers, the framers, Alexander Hamilton, the Constitution, a letter from George Washington, George Orwell in 1984, and now we've got JFK himself. It's a haunting tribute. It's also, I love the rhetorical flourish of using the now long deceased JFK against Donald Trump. He says that in November 1962, President John F. Kennedy and First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy presided over an American pageant of the arts, which was televised. It was a fundraiser for the then National Cultural Center. That is what got its name changed to the Kennedy Center after the assassination. He said the event, I love he puts a little side note, the event had an impressive array of performers, unlike what's going on at the Kennedy Center now, including Robert Frost, the poet, right? The Road Divides in the Woods, singer Harry Belafonte, and a 7-year-old Yo-Yo Ma playing the cello. Oh, yeah. And this is what President Kennedy said. See if you can figure out why Judge Cooper leads off with this quote. Art knows no national boundaries. Genius can speak in any tongue, and the entire world will hear it and listen. Behind the storm of daily conflict and crisis, the dramatic confrontations, the tumult of political struggle, the poet, the artist, the musician continues the quiet work of centuries, building bridges and experience between peoples, reminding man of the universality of his feelings and desires and despairs, and reminding him that the forces that unite are deeper than those that divide. I am certain, JFK said, that after the dust of centuries has passed over our cities, we, too, will be remembered not for victories or defeats in battle or in politics, but for our contribution to the human spirit. He quotes JFK later on about political battles. He says in his order, Congress chose to honor President Kennedy's commitment to the arts following his assassination. It is a living memorial, the sole one dedicated to the late president in the Washington, D.C. area, and has been for the last 50 years. In the words, he says on page 90 to end his order, in the words of President Kennedy, artists do the quiet work of centuries behind the storm of daily conflict and crisis. They entertain, they educate, and they move us. They sustain us through oncoming tides of joy and despair. And so the institutions that nurture and empower artists are nothing short of integral to our social fabric. The Kennedy Center is one of the foremost of those institutions. The Kennedy Center is, legally speaking, a trust, instrumentality belonging to the American people, governed by a board of trustees. The board must make sure that the Kennedy Center is in good repair, but also must make sure that the center fulfill statutory directives related to arts programming, education, and community outreach, memorializing the slain president. They have failed to do that, the judge says. They have violated their trustee duties in various ways. And here's what he says on page 91 of his order, after going through the various facts, procedural history, and facts of the case of how Trump captured the Kennedy Center, captured its board, threw them out in the street, appointed all new people, including the wives of everybody in his cabinet, threw out and gagged, bound and gagged and muted Congresswoman Beatty, refused to listen to her without any record, without any proper deliberation or thought, voted, because Trump said it was a preordained decision, voted to shut down the Kennedy Center, all in violation of their trustee duties. Here's what the court said. The court has concluded that, this is on page 91, that the board overstepped its authority by renaming the Kennedy Center after President Trump. The Kennedy Center board's decision to rename the center, along with its decision to affix President Trump's name to the building, violate the congressional mandate, period. The board also overstepped its statutory bounds by unilaterally stripping an ex officio trustee, that's Beatty, of any right to vote on trust matters. Finally, the court is preliminarily persuaded that the March 16 vote to close the center for a 2 years long renovation represents a dereliction of the trustees' common law derived duty of prudence. See, when you have fiduciary duty, that means one person is in a position of trust to benefit a second person who's the beneficiary of that trust, if you will, the recipient of that trust, usually in a power imbalance position. And that trustee has duties if they're going to be on the board, a board of commission, a board of electors, a board of a board of a company, right? A company board, or here a board of trustees. particularly board of trustees. They have the duty to be prudent, to make decisions not based on their own pecuniary interest, but on the interest of the public in this case. And they have to abide by that. And that has been violated. The judge said, if you want to go back and rethink this with a proper record and then have somebody make the decision with Beatty participating that this should be shut down for 2 years and there's no other way around it, then I'll listen to it. But for now, the knee-jerk reaction after Trump effectively ordered you to do it and it was preordained. In fact, here's a clip of Trump basically saying the decision's already been made before the vote happened. Play the clip.
Probably around $200 million. And, you know, it's funny, in real estate and building, I've done so much of it. I've done so well with it. You want to sit with something for a little while before you decide on what you want to do. And, you know, we sat with it. We ran it. It's in very bad shape. It's run down. It's dilapidated. It's sort of dangerous. Things fall out of ceilings. You've seen it. And we had some big events there. We had a lot of great events there over the last year. But you can't do any work because people are coming in and out. And you have the workmen. We have a marble man over there the other day. He said, you know, every time I put down a piece of marble, people are stepping on the marble. They don't even have time to dry. And you can't do the same quality job if you close it. And, you know, we're fully financed. And so we're going to close it and we're going to make it unbelievable, far better than it ever was. And we'll be able to do it properly. I was thinking maybe there's a way of doing it simultaneously, but there really isn't. And we're going to have something that when it opens, it's going to be brand new, beautiful. I'm not ripping it out. I'll be using the steel. So we're using the structure. We're using some of the marble and some of the marble comes down. But when it's open, it'll be brand new and really beautiful. It'll be at the highest level.
Hey, everybody. Ben Meiselas here from the Midas Touch Network. I wanted to let you know about my podcast partner, Michael Popok's new law firm. It's called the Popok Firm. Michael Popok's pursuing his dream. It's the Popok Firm. Putting in.
Here's how the judge summarized it. He's not going to get into micromanaging this institution. He says, by way of opinion, on page 92, the court does not purport to dictate how the center should be run, nor does it prescribe any particular plan for the institution, construction, closure, or otherwise, moving forward. It simply holds that the Kennedy Center board, it simply holds the Kennedy Center board to certain minimum requirements imposed by law. Beyond that, the court will let the parties play on. That is his judgment. He's issued an order. Top line of it is obvious. Permanent block of Trump's name on the Kennedy Center. That alone should get Donald Trump hot and bothered to take an appeal, I am sure. Block the attempt to change the bylaws and to ditch Beatty and all the ex officio members and take away their right to vote. Preliminarily blocked, at least until a proper record is developed, the shutdown scheduled for July. Could still happen, but the judge wants to be convinced based on record evidence that the board was prudent in its decision-making. And if it's not, he's going to block it again, I assure you. This is not the last we've heard of Judge Cooper or concerning the Kennedy Center or Donald Trump's attempt to disgrace it with his name. We'll continue to follow it all right here. You're on the Midas Touch Network and Legal AF. Again, come over to Legal AF YouTube channel. Boom, hit the free subscribe button. Until my next report, this is Michael Popok.
Okay, two more things I want to share with you. There was a graduate who got got a scholarship, a journalism scholarship, the Mike Wallace Journalism Scholarship, and he graduated from high school, and he had such a good reputation in his at his high school paper that he actually got the Mike Wallace Scholarship for Journalism. So here he is accepting his scholarship and from CBS News. You would want to hear this.
Well, I want to thank CBS News for.
Here we go. Let me make sure we have all of this. This is in my description box under thank you. Hold on.
While I want to thank CBS News for funding this generous gift towards my education, I want to also acknowledge how the recent direction of the outlet stains the legacy of Mike Wallace, the namesake of this scholarship. As corporate elites take hold,
A student journalist did last night what veteran journalists do not have the temerity to do, the bravery to do, the courage, the professionalism to do. When we have the White House Correspondents' Dinner just in our rearview mirror, where these people invited Donald Trump to eat dinner with them to celebrate the First Amendment. These cowards invited Donald Trump, a man who says, "Quiet, piggy," calls them names, calls them un-American, sicks his rabid, violent mob on them, calling them the enemy of the people.
He mouthed the word bitch to a black reporter on the White House lawn the other day because she had the audacity to ask a question about why during a war and during so much financial pain the American people are under, are you talking to us about you upgrading the reflective pool and talking about ballrooms and things like this. He told her she didn't know anything. He doesn't like dirty things. She may be used to dirt. How does your president of the United States tell a black woman, not a low-level reporter, a high-level reporter, that she may be used to dirt, but he isn't? But they decided to have the White House Correspondents' Dinner with them, and they all showed up. They all showed up. Very few. I don't think of many at all who said, "Fuck this shit. I'm not showing up." This man is trying to rob free speech and freedom of the press from everybody. What the fuck I'm going to go and show up and celebrate a lie for? But they all showed up to celebrate the lie because they are all complicit in the lie. They don't want to tell you what is going on in the United States of America because they are so afraid that they are going to lose their personal jobs in the United States of America. Let's be real clear. So make sure you go over to this link, Mike Dollamore, and subscribe to him as well. This link, this video is in my description box under the title "Thank You CBS," and you can hear all of Dollamore's commentary. I don't want to play all of his commentary. I just want to remind you of what CBS has been up to.
Arrived fascism. Watch his acceptance speech and him calling out the absolutely gutless and complicit CBS News operation led by Barry Weiss. Here he is, Santiago Campos, accepting his award.
well, that was me, and that was Scott Pelley. So,
You know, Scott Pelley is the one who introduced this award to him. Scott Pelley was one of the he's been on the anchor for 60 minutes for I don't know how long, for quite a number of years. And Scott Pelley recently quit because of the direction that CB News had taken. Let that sink in. One of the longest held producers of 60 Minutes had been the producer either 29 or 30 years, quit. Or was it even more years than that? Either 29 or 30 years. He quit because of the direction that CBS News was taking under the hands of these Ellisons who are agents of Israel, and Barry Weiss, who's an Israeli apologist. All of this.
first and foremost, I want to thank the Natus Foundation for this award. I want to thank my friends, family, and my teacher, Ashley Porter. She and my mom are in the room tonight. I want to thank them for the resources and the support that I wouldn't be here without. And while I want to thank CBS News for funding this generous gift towards my education, I want to also acknowledge how the recent direction of the outlet stains the legacy of Mike Wallace, the namesake of this scholarship. As corporate elites take hold.
Do you see the sinister look on her face? This bitch,
As corporate elites take hold.
With this Mar-a-Lago face bitch in the blue. Look at them. They're shocked. Like, oh, I didn't know he was going to say that. Look at this Mar-a-Lago Muppet face bitch looking devilishly at him. Let's continue.
As corporate elites take hold. As corporate elites take hold over the very pipes through which our information flows, journalism that serves the people becomes increasingly harder to come by, yet ever more crucial. And what the people want is the truth. So if at any time you hesitate to utter the word genocide or remain silent in the face of blatant lies, remember to ask yourself, who is this for? I hope you choose us. Thank you.
Man, that is powerful.
Go over there.
Undeniably powerful.
Go over there and check out Jesse Dolomore. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. I may have one last thing. Okay, hold on. Now, there's another basketball figure. I am not familiar with this story that has come out and said something. I thought he was for the Spurs, though. Let's get into this story. Winnebanya just said what everyone knows about Trump. I thought that he played for the Spurs. Let's get into this story. Let's figure out what's going on here, shall we? The link will be in my description box under
In 1990, Michael Jordan, the most famous athlete on the planet, was asked by his own mother to endorse the black Democratic candidate for Senate in his home state.
This is Michael Jordan as I'm not in politics. So let's see what the Spurs speak. This link will be under the Spurs speak. The last link.
Of North Carolina. That candidate was running against legendary segregationist Jesse Helms. And yet Jordan declined. Why? Because in the most famous quote in American sports apoliticalism, Jordan told a friend on the team bus, quote, "Republicans buy sneakers too." And 36 years later, the most fascinating athlete on the planet, a 7'4" French alien, relax, that's one of his nicknames, with an 8-foot wingspan, who also practices meditation and has a deep love for science fiction novels written by Brandon Sanderson, just looked at his own PR team, looked him dead in the eye and said, "I'm not doing that." He is, of course, the dominating force known as Victor Wembanyama. We call him Wemby. He played
Wembanyama. Now, I just got a wind of him this past playoff season. And he plays hard, but you can tell, even when he's disgusted at a call, even when he was sent out of the game for a flagrant foul and had to sit out the rest of the game. I think they were just in the second quarter. Even when he's upset, he then quickly gets a zen feeling about him. He'll just shake his head, but he doesn't he doesn't have any outbursts of cursing or arguing. He takes everything with stride. So let's see what they asked him to do.
Is for the San Antonio Spurs, and on Monday night in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals against the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder, he dropped 41 points, 24 rebounds, and 3 blocks, winning in double overtime. 41 and 24 in a conference finals. Wilt Chamberlain put up those numbers once, so that list is now Wilt and Wemby. No word on if Wemby's challenging Wilt's other record. If you know, you know. But
his coochie catching record. Wemby, you trying to? How many 10,000 women? How many women Wilt Chamberlain has professed to have laid? I don't know.
This game is not why we're talking about Wemby. I'm talking about Wemby because he's unique. I'm talking about him because things like back in January, you know, when ICE agents were raining terror through Minneapolis and they shot and killed Renee Good and Alex Preddy, Wemby walked up to the post-game microphone and said this after the Spurs PR team had specifically told him not to speak about it. He looked at reporters and said, PR's tried, but I'm not going to sit here and give some politically correct answer. Every day I wake up and I see the news and I'm horrified. I think it's crazy that some people might make it seem like the murder of civilians is acceptable. And then, because he is 22 years old and braver than half of our Congress, he went on to say, I know I'm a foreigner. I live in this country and I have concerns for sure.
I know I'm a foreigner. You know, I live in this country. And I am concerned for sure.
And yeah, Wemby, he's a French citizen on a work visa in the United States. And we know that the Trump administration has spent 6 months to a year making it crystal clear that immigrants who speak out against ICE risk losing their visas, getting their student status revoked, or worse. I mean, heck, Mahmoud Khalil is still tied up in immigration courts. International students have been detained for writing op-eds. So Wemby knew the risks of speaking out. The Spurs PR team specifically warned him about the risk. And the new face of the league said, I don't care. What's happening is wrong, and I have to say something about it. And when you compare that to the political cowardice that we're getting from every sitting Republican senator, compare that to the cowardice of JD Vance and Ted Cruz and little Marco Rubio and all the smiling faces on Fox News, who all know exactly what is happening in our country, and they know it's wrong. And they choose every single day to keep their mouths shut. Meanwhile, a French basketball player is doing what our senators and our leaders cannot. And yeah, the basketball world, they call Wemby the alien. He is a freak of nature on the basketball court. And Dave Zirin, friend of Ring of Fire over at The Nation, pointed out correctly that we've got that nickname backwards. What makes Wemby so special is how human he is. Yeah, he reads sci-fi like a lot of us. He hangs out with Shaolin monks. He started a teen book club. The guy is only 22 years old, and he has more emotional maturity than the entire Trump cabinet combined. That is not alien. That is just someone being an adult. And look, there is a long history of athletes.
Okay, and there you have it. I think that is it for me today. Let me be sure. Yes, I think that is it for me today. I appreciate you guys being here. If there is some urgent breaking news, I will be here on tomorrow. But if not, I will be here on Wednesday. Let me let me see. Oh, I don't see anything else. I see nothing else. So thank you guys for being here. Hit the like button. And have a great remainder of your day. All right, I'm going to get out of here. Thank you for joining me. All right, bye-bye. Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Sabar. I appreciate you all as well. I'm fat? Are you kidding me? Am I fat? Oh my. Oh my. Am I fat? But you're here. All right, guys. Enjoy the remainder of your day. I'm out.